Mute.
Yes, I'm
Mute.
muted. Hey. Hey everyone. Welcome to the stream today. Oh, right. Alright. Hey, good to have you here with me today this morning. On this Tuesday morning. So today the plan is maybe look over a couple of other Dawn Trail Media Tour stuff that I still haven't gone to yet. And also the Genshin Archon quests, which came out last week, and that I'm gonna do today. I knew you were muted before you turned off the emote fight. Now, how did you know that? Cute fat cat pillow. Thank you so much, Dee. This pillow was actually given to me by Secret Lab. And did you know that you can use my affiliate link if you're going to buy such pillow from Secret Lab? Or the chair. The official FXV chair. Yes. Exclamation point Secret Lab in the chat. Are you playing Withering Waves? No. I'm not playing Withering Waves because there's not enough bright colors to keep my attention, and there's also no mint to pick. Yeah, my favorite thing to do in Genshin is to pick mint, and I'm pretty sure that there's no mint growing in Withering Waves, so yeah, that's why I'm not playing it. It's too gray for me. It doesn't keep my attention. I have a very short attention span as well. They've had drama since day one. I have heard a bit about that. Yeah. I heard that people were getting butt tons of gems, like premium currency, for pennies because of a fuck up. There's been a whole thing. It's been a whole thing with it. It's a fine game. The story's a bit lacking. I tested it with the alpha. I got alpha for that, and I didn't really like it, so that's why I didn't keep playing it after it. I thought the combat was really solid. I thought the combat was fun, but I didn't really like anything else. So that's why.
And says Zepla, please stop releasing so many videos. I can't keep up with stream, videos, Discord, and the real world. Just stop, damn you.
I know.
Also, 77,777,777.
I'm not even done with the videos. I'm not even done with the videos. I got so many more videos to make. There's gonna be at least 2 this week, maybe 3. Yeah. Yeah. You just can't stand the movement in Genshin after playing Withering. It seems like the different kinds of movement is gonna be one of the main selling features for Notlan, based on the teaser trailer. Gonna get back on F14 soon. Oh wow, I convinced your wife to give it a try. That's great. That's really good. Y'all are gonna have fun. Now, if you got your wife to give it a try, I recommend maybe start a character and play with her, because I found that tends to exponentially increase the chances that the person will keep playing. If you play with them through the beginning and y'all are doing it together, it's more likely they'll stick around. Now, not everybody needs that, but it does help because it's hundreds of hours of story. This is probably one of the only points that Yoshi has been asked about at the media tour that I kind of disagree with him on a little bit. And because every time Yoshi P is asked about how it's hundreds of hours of story to get through, to get to the end game, he always says, but it's the story that makes FF14 good. And you like the story, don't you? And usually the person asking a question is like, well, yeah, I do like the story. And Yoshi P is always like, well, see, you like the story, everybody likes the story, so why should we get rid of the story? And he always makes it seem like a zero-sum game, You know, I always feel like when he answers this question, he's always like, well, we can't just get rid of the story. And that's not what we're suggesting at all. I'm just saying that it seems like maybe there should be a way to speed it up a little bit for people. I don't know. I actually don't know. Because I kind of agree with him that it is the story that makes FF14 unique. It's a story-based game. I think I did talk about this. I made a whole video about it, so I don't need to go over the whole thing again. But I personally feel like it wouldn't be as bad if there was more stuff that's fun and engaging to do with people that are already way ahead of you in the story. Because that's why people want this. It's not because they don't want to go through the story. It's that the story feels like it's in between them and the other content. You know, if they could just do the other content, and then maybe like find some other types of content that will bring people together that are still going through story, I think that might help alleviate the issue a bit. They do have story skips too, but the thing with the story skip is it doesn't actually take you all the way to max level. It doesn't take you, like, if you do skip, it's going to take you to 80, and that is not close to the end. You still have to go through all of Endwalker and all the Endwalker patches, you know. Let's say you play the story on one character. You make a second character, but don't want to go through the story a second time. Yeah, exactly. You should be able to skip for free if it's your second character. That's what I think. Yeah. You should have that option. Hey Santi, good to see you. I also play the game for the story. I live for the story. Story is the main, like, I will always do the story and enjoy the story, but it seems like a big barrier to entry. And I guess for me, my question is, at what point will Yoshi P say, this is fine? Or this is no longer fine? Like, how many hundreds of hours is it gonna take for Yoshi P to be like, this is too much? I don't know, but I feel like it's not happening anytime soon. Are you on NA or are you back on EU? Yes. I'm on both. Yeah. Product placement for the Mountain Dew. This is actually, doesn't have a code. Yeah, I bought the wrong kind. It doesn't have the code. I need to get the kind that has it's the FF14 one. It's just a regular Mountain Dew Zero with nothing. I'm not getting any benefit from drinking it. What the hell? Yeah. So far, I'm not aware of any time when he answered a question about the Mog Station. But maybe I've missed it because I definitely haven't seen it all. And so I do want to see some of these. Yeah. What flavor? It's Zero. I only like the standard flavor, Mountain Dew Zero. I don't really like Baja Blast or the other things. The thing I don't like is that I wish it would allow you to fill out your party with NPC for the dungeons and stuff. Yes, that's such a good idea. That would be amazing. If you can have 2 people in the team and then the rest you fill it with NPCs, that would be awesome. That would help a lot. And I don't see why that... I don't understand why they couldn't do that. Yeah. Zero has the codes too. Yeah, but you have to buy the kind that shows FF14 on the box. Which I didn't do yet. Yeah. I need to add it to do that. Nice. Okay, so I was gonna, really wanting to catch up Mo. Page not found? What the? Okay, I'll fix it. I dropped soda years and years ago, but I looked for Mountain Dew to have my roommate drink, and then I'd redeem the codes. But none in the store soda, anything gaming related. So you haven't been able to find these things either? I haven't seen them. Okay, so I'm not alone. Have y'all found the Mountain Dews for Final Fantasy in the store? Is it at Walmart? Okay, yeah, so I'm not the only one that's struggling to find these damn things. Papa John's and Pizza Hut. But I don't want to go to Papa John's and Pizza Hut. There's like 10 different local pizza places here that are better than both Papa John's and Pizza Hut. And I think that would probably be true of literally any city. I went to Walmart. I guess I gotta look again. You need to wait for them to get their shipment. Yeah. Damn. That's annoying. I have a case of Mountain Dew in my house with the label on it, but there isn't a code on the box. I don't know where you would look for the code because I haven't seen one of these things yet. So maybe somebody else can give advice on that. I found like 15 in one Walmart. Okay. Go to Publix. Okay. I'll try that. Aren't you in Florida? Are you sure there's better pizza than Pizza Hut and Papa? Yeah. Yeah, there is. This is much better. Now, for a Chicago perspective, it's not going to compete with Chicago. All right. Let's be realistic. It is Florida. We can't compete with Chicago, but it's better than Papa John's. Yeah, I'll check Publix next time. And by the way, the sub goal from yesterday, we left it off at... Oh, thank you so much for putting a Media Tour video and React Content Suggestions channel in the Discord. That is really helpful for me because there's a ton of these videos and it's hard for me to track them all down. So I really appreciate you doing that. I will check that. But, now I forgot what I was about to do. Yeah, I forgot what I was about to do before that. Yeah, I don't remember now. Okay, you said they are not at Publix. Oh. Shit. My mom calls that place Cubics. And now I think that every time I say it. I have 3 pizza stores within a 5-minute that are cheaper and better than Papa John's. Yeah, I think that would be true of almost everybody. Pubics, yeah, that's what my mom says. And she thinks it's hilarious every time that she says that. Okay. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. I wanted to fix the sub goal. Because we had one run in yesterday. And I believe we left it off at 8 out of 20. So we got a good head start on here today. So let me fix that. Why do I always remember to do this after the stream already started? Isn't this something I should be doing like while y'all are intro fighting? Mock Station giveaway 28. Okay, good. Oh, Streamlabs goal. There you go. Hey Chris, good to see you. Hey, what's up? Yeah, Garth, do that and let me know. That would help. Okay, so the Firefox, I want to check a couple of articles and things like that. Videos. I can't believe I had to go back to regular crusty Final Fantasy XIV after witnessing Dawn Trail's stunning graphical overhaul firsthand. Now, some of y'all might remember when I came back from LA and I couldn't say where I'd been yet and I was being real sussy. And I kept saying things like, you know, with this graphical update, you just really gotta see it for yourself, you know? It's just seeing it in the game is a whole different experience. And because I can imagine that with the new lighting and materials and things like that, it's just gonna be totally different once people really see it for themselves. Yeah. And I remember when I was saying this, people in the chat were like, I feel like I was not as smooth as I thought I was being. Yeah. But yes, regular Krusty Krab 14 And this is true. And I think some of y'all might have already experienced this to a degree. If you have been in the benchmark and you've made a benchmark character and then you go back to the game. Like we did this recently when we did the back and forth, like before and after comparing here, benchmark characters. And it was in some cases it was nasty to go back to see like previous character. As I sat in a mercifully conditioned room in Potsdam's biosphere rainforest, checking out a snippet of 14's Dawn Trail, I experienced a weird dichotomy between intense familiarity and a palpable excitement for a brand new start. It may be the game's 5th expansion, but it's sort of a second volume, a part 2 if you will, or part 3. If you count, no, you don't count pre-Realm Reborn. A major narrative arc that's defined the last 10 years is done and dusted, which means an entirely new adventure. We have some same old faces along for the ride. We're finally departing to the new continent Tyrell. Though I wasn't able to play any of the story parts in Tyrell, multiple NPCs have been hidden from me to avoid getting anything spoiled. Yeah, they hid all the NPCs, which I'm glad. I didn't get spoiled at all, like I did in the Endwalker Mania Tour. I was able to check out the expansion's first dungeon, explore City Hub, Tuliolol, and its adjacent areas. Man, it's gonna be fun to hear all the YouTubers pronounce each dungeon, city, and village name different. Okay, so system requirements barely budged. They went up, sure, but not in a way I thought would lead to any meaningful optimizations. Oh, but it is totally, it feels completely different. I just can't wait for y'all to see it because it's more colorful. I think you just don't really need reshade anymore. The changes to lighting worked wonders too. It's now more reactive to the world and character models. This is what I was trying to tell y'all when I came back. It's worth noting that the build I played had not implemented the changes to character models and lighting that were bundled in with the new benchmark earlier this week, but I was able to take a look at how some of the new job gear looked, and I was pleasantly surprised. So are we going to be getting another benchmark before? I doubt it. I think that's probably it. Translucent sleeves on Dancer's dress. I did show this off. Velvety astrologian robe. It didn't really hit me how much better things looked until I landed home and jumped straight on the game with its original lighting, textures, and shaders. Oh yeah? Yeah, let me show you actually. I think one time, I'll be right back, Buns. I'll be right back. But I have to teleport really quick to show everybody something because one time I was trying to record a video and, I went to Camp Drybone to record the video. And I think that I wanted to show a minion here. Okay, so I go to Camp Drybone for just a random city to show the minion in. And record it. And as I'm doing this, I zoom in. And you can see, I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah. It's so bad. It's like some of these things, your imagination fills in the details. And, you don't realize how bad it is until you have really looked hard at these things. Can we? Mike can't pronounce Tuliol at all. Can't wait to wear my original Realm Reborn wool cone coat with the new graphics. Oh, I can't wait to see all the different armor. What's the FC plot? We are... I can't check that while I'm sitting down? Wow. Wow. I have no words. This is my original house plot that I left behind whenever I transferred away from Phoenix, and now I'm back. Happy to be back. But anywho, after spending too long going googly-eyed over bushes and sunsets, I thought I might appreciate the new graphics in Dawn Trail's first dungeon. Ihukatumu. Ihukatumu. It's pretty standard fare in terms of 14 dungeons. Ihukatumu. Ihukatumu. Takes a leap out of Lapis Manalis book and starts me off on a boat barreling down a river as trash mobs come leaping over. I personally didn't love this. I actually didn't love the being on. I don't love being on the boat with the mobs slowly dripping out for you to get, because I really want to just get all the trash mobs in the dungeon all at once, and I don't like being gated off between the next pack of mobs. This drives me crazy, actually. This is something that they have been doing for a while, and I don't think it's gonna end anytime soon. It's like you clear the pack, and then the worst is when you have to actually wait for the barrier to go down before you can take on the next pack. This drives me crazy. Much like Kazumaoka, the jungle vibes are strong as I navigate through foliage caves and climb up ladders. There's some neat new mob types here, like mimic slimes that take on the form of me and my party members. I think it was Preach who asked Yoshi P about the formulaic dungeon, and Yoshi P said this is the perfect dungeon package. And you might not like it, but this is what peak dungeon feels like. Bosses. The last boss did kick ass, though. Do you remember the last boss kicking people's asses? So that's good. Oh, it's Picto. That's another thing. I would like to see some videos of people with their impressions of Pictomancer, because I loved it, but my initial impression was scared. I was intimidated at first, and it took me, I would say, a lot of time. Even after, like, when I left the media tour after playing Picto, I was still really uncertain about it. And it only took, like, I had to let it simmer for a few days and really think about how everything fit together before I felt like more and more intrigued. But I hadn't been able to stop thinking about it because it has so much depth to it. This is quite a long interview, so I don't think I'm gonna read every single word. But I'm just kind of skimming to see how do you feel about the artsy fartsy casting class? I already can imagine someone's reserving this name right now for their Picto. Artsy fartsy. It took me a little time to get to grips with juggling different gauges. Yeah, that's what I meant. There it is. And remembering to actually paint my damn images. Yeah. This is gonna be the case for everybody. It's gonna be the case that everybody is gonna need to spend a little time understanding how this works, because it's not that easy to pick up. I also spent time with Viper. I was more lost with it. What? It shares Pictomancer's penchant for some slick and stylish animations, though, as I hit abilities to switch from a dual blade stance to single spear-like weapon that can unleash big-ass damage. What was hard? Well, I guess if you never played melee, because you say you traditionally steer away from melee, in that case that kind of makes sense. If you're not used to doing things like positionals, it might not be that. But for me, I found it to be extremely easy to pick up, because you just press the button that's lit up and you're good. The dyeing channels, I did have that video out to show you how to dye every single armor, how they all dye. So that's, I spent a couple of hours in G-Post doing that. Oh, they did have an elite mark hunt to do, and I avoided that. I don't remember anybody doing that around me. Maybe I should have. I wonder what it even looked like, because I did not go after the hunt mod that they had in the game for us to attempt. I also didn't do any dungeon content. What do you say Viper is more or less difficult than Reaper? Oh, it's easier than Reaper. I think it's easier. Yes. Reaper's pretty straightforward too. But I guess maybe it will come down to the no, I think it's either going to be easier or on par. Easier or on par. It's pretty simple. Yeah. Yeah, if they mostly play Dancer White Mage, I've heard just follow the lit buttons. But also sometimes I see in videos that like 4 buttons are lit up at a given time. Oh, you might be thinking of the power-up stage, because for the power-up stage, you're gonna have your GCD and then an OGCD. But the way that they're named, it makes it really obvious what to press. Because one of them is called like First Legacy, First Something Else. And that's your GCD and OGCD. And then the next one is called Second Legacy, Second Something Else. So you just press first, second, third. It's like, the way it's named makes it really clear. They also named abilities to make it really clear like what buff you need next if you're forgetful like me, which I found really helpful. So if you need the buff that makes you faster, you need to get the Swift scaled, and it's that like Swift something strike. Swift is in the name, so you're like, okay, Swift. I need Swift because I need the fast buff. So it's really good the way they named stuff. Yeah. Okay. Melee players might have easier time with Viper. Everybody's gonna have an easier time with Viper, in my opinion. In my opinion, I think so. So you posted this video in React Content Suggestions, but it's 2 hours long. I'm afraid I won't be able to check. I'm not gonna be able to watch that. I'm not gonna be able to watch that. It's 2 hours. You timestamped the link. Okay. Oh, it's Jesse on the Dawn Trail 2-die system. Okay. Let's do that. God bless. Hey, look how cool we are. Wait a minute. Hey. All buns. Yeah. I remember. That's a new ear type. Hi. Okay. Oh, that's very clever. You got a chair. That's awesome. A chair mount. So it's like an extra chair here. That's a good way to do it. The Viper has positionals. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But it's really straightforward too. Because like you have your 1-1-1 combo, and I say that because the button changes to the next button you need to press. So you can just press 1-1-1. And that one is going to be flank. And then the other one is 2-2-2, and that one's going to be rear. So you just alternate 1-1-1, 2-2-2. So it's not hard to remember where you need to be at. Really good. And it sounds like it's going to be too easy. But how can I put this? I'll put it to you this way. I tested new Summoner at a previous media tour. And when I tested the new Summoner, I remember feeling actually a little concerned because I felt like it was too easy. I felt like, because previously I was very much enjoying old Summoner. And I felt a little bit worried, but at the time I wasn't confident enough in my own opinion about it to say that. And I remember talking to different summoner players at the time and asking them what they thought about it. People that had spent, like, you know, really been dedicated to the job for years. I had just learned how to play old summoner. And at the time I remember thinking like, wow, that's it. Oh my God, that's really all there is to it. And feeling like, is this going to be enough? But I did not feel that way with Viper. Like, Viper was also really easy to pick up, but it was also really fast and felt complete. And that's something that I did try to express in my video about Viper, that it felt like there was nothing missing. It felt like it doesn't need anything to make it fun or exciting or feel good. So I'm feeling really positive about Viper. And I also talked to the people that were sitting around me and asked them what they thought about it. And the same people who would say things like, that's it, that's all there is to it, okay, were also saying, well, it's super fun. Well, I'm having a great time with it. And that it was coming from people that I would not expect that from. So I think people are going to have a good time with it. So you timestamped this for me. Let's take a look. Let's take a little look-see. I want to play Dawn Trail so bad. Same. Well, it's not that much further away. You know, they just started with the countdown artworks. That has begun. Job difficulty can be daunting. I felt initially really nervous on Picto, but watching your videos, Zep, helped me understand a lot better. Oh my God, that's awesome. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for telling me that, because that's my first time trying to do a job explainer video where I explain how a job works, so I was a little scared. But I figured this is a safe way to attempt this type of video because nobody else knows how this works. So everybody's going to cut me some slack if I'm a little wrong. But I'm pretty sure I didn't try to put together a rotation. I just tried to explain how what needs to happen, what's going on, what are the parts that you need to be aware of. So if people like it, and it seems like people did, I might continue to do that in the future with like different job explainers, because that's something I've never done. And okay, so let's check here. This is the timestamp, right? 9 minute in there. Yes. Okay. Oh, I can't hear anything. Oh, it's muted.
And you can do that, and it looks great. I will say it wasn't like a big focus of mine, because hilariously next to me, Zepla was sitting there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I want to say messing with that for 2-3 hours. I don't know what she got done.
It's true. It's true, dude.
It was hilarious. I was like, is
Yes.
the video just going to be all you glamoring, like
Yes.
changing the dyes? Because
Who else is gonna do it? That's the end game, right? I mean, who else is gonna tell everybody exactly how every piece of armor is gonna die? You don't know.
she went in deep. And I was like,
I
no,
went
I pressed a few buttons, and I made them look like
Went
characters I
deep.
thought were cute. And
did.
that's
I did.
really it.
That
I
sounds so
won't know. Yeah. I won't know until I mess with the glams and things that I have that I'm already using. Because really it was like, all right, well, I can make this red mage armor more red. You know, it's like, I guess I could.
What?
It really, I was just checking to see how it worked. And once I figured.
There was so much to check. Okay, and because you need to check how does each armor die individually, and then how does it look if you apply those exact dyes to the entire armor, and then what about the effect on the weapon, because some of the weapon parts are getting dyed. And I wanted to show you also in the video how some parts of the, like some dyes are not the right color that you would expect. So like a jet black dye is not going to be the darkest dark a lot of the times, and a gunmetal black might be a little bit more gray than you might expect. And a dark purple is actually a lot of times the darkest dark that you can get, but it's going to depend on the different lighting situations. Obviously, somebody had to do that. And it's funny because Square Enix people, they were asking like questions to different content creators and like asking us how we felt about things. And one of them asked me what I was doing and like what I was surprised by. And I remember I was like, well, one thing I thought that was really surprising was that a lot of the job armors give you nail polish. And I love that. Like the Black Mage armor gives you a black nail polish. And Dancer armor, I think, gives you red nail polish. I think you even get a pedi. I think you get a pedicure. And you can change one of the dyes that's going to change the color of the nail polish. But then I'm thinking, well, do I honestly want to change a nail polish every time? Anyway. The guy was just staring at me like, you know, and the guy was like, I was just like, you know, I've just been so busy with the job armors. I've been so busy in G-pose. And the guy's like, I don't think anybody has told me that so far. Everybody's talking about, you know, Viper and Picto. And I'm like, oh, I haven't even got to that yet. Viper and Picto, that's for, I'll do that later. I'm serious. I mean, look, I was there to do the work that mattered to me, that was important.
Figured it out. I was like, all right, this is pretty simple. And then I moved on. But yeah, I saw people were really getting into it. And I imagine that's the case. If you have a lot of different gear, a lot of things you want to test out and try, you'll be spending a lot of time doing it. Because you can change so much more now, and you don't realize it until you're in it, what adding a whole additional bit of your outfit to change can do. And suddenly you're like, oh boy, okay, all right. So you can make like, even huge. Black on black, there's still weird adjustments and things you can make where it's like, yo, all right, so we got like that dark black, but what if we do like a gray? Like what?
Oh my God, that's what I just said. Is that what I was telling Jesse? I think that I did. I must have been sitting there. Because he was sitting right next to me. So I bet that I was, first of all, he sees me just eating so many chips. And I'm drinking these mocktails, like what I'm chugging them. And I'm like, hey, Jesse, look, dark purple is actually the darkest color. Why isn't jet black the darkest color? Like, doesn't gunmetal black seem like a little too gray? Like, doesn't jet black seem a little too gray? Compare it to gunmetal black, Jesse. Look, Jesse. We better stock up on our dark purple dyes because those are gonna skyrocket in price, I bet, after Dawn Trail when people see that it's actually really dark, super dark. You can't tell it's purple. It just seems really dark black. Yeah. This is
interesting.
Hilarious.
It's going to be a lot of fun for people.
Yeah, this is actually hilarious. Yeah. Jesse, thoughts on Picto? This is actually interesting.
Combinations are endless, like you said, and I think like the end game in terms of like customizing and expressing yourself just, you know, is another notch higher, right? And
wow, did Quasi get a new camera? It's a really high quality image. It's a very professional image he has.
Let's talk about the jobs before we kind of move on to talk about the dungeon, right? And
sure.
I know you.
Yeah, I want to hear what he said about Picto.
Hands, dirty with, you know, Pictomancer, no pun intended, and you also tried out Viper and
whatnot.
Let's start with Pictomancer. Like, what's your vibe about the job? How did you feel about it?
So it's weird because when I watched again. Everything you saw in the stream, the live letter that showed off Pictomancer and showed off Viper, everything about that, I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. And then I played it and I was like, I don't know that I get it. And so
Nobody got it.
Almost lied to because both seemed much easier, but I realized while playing that Picto, as we're talking about, for example, there's a lot about it that is easy, but there's a lot about it that you're like, okay, what can I cast that lets me, when I'm moving, what can I cast?
Yeah.
What do I have to precast? What do I have to hit with different combos. When do I use the combos? I'm like, this is, again, one of those optimal playstyle things. If you're just going to press buttons and goof, go nuts. As far as I can tell,
I don't know.
That's fine with
I don't know
Pictomancer.
if it's
Just have
gonna
fun.
be fine.
But I was like,
because my concern is you can kind of lock yourself down and make it so you're not doing anything if you're just standing there casting 3 motifs in a row as soon as like, just imagine this, okay? You're in a dungeon. Normally you can cast your motifs instantly outside of combat, but you forget and they pull the pack. Now you need to hard cast your motifs, and so you're hard casting one motif, it doesn't do any damage. You hard cast the next one, it also doesn't do any damage. And you hard cast another one, it doesn't do it. So you got your motifs ready, but you actually haven't done anything, and now the pack is dead. By the time you're done doing with all that, pack is dead or half dead. That did happen to me a little bit. So you're gonna have to plan ahead somewhat, and at least you're gonna be able to use Swiftcast more often. But this is one of the things that I'm actually looking forward to about Picto, because I think it's gonna make for some interesting situations where you can strategize. When do I want to stand there and start painting? When do I want to choose to do this, like, downtime? And the downtime is it's very much rewarded, because the spells that you cast with your motifs are banging. Like, they do so much damage. So it makes up for it. It's kind of like with a dancer. You put yourself out of combat a little bit while you are dancing, but it doesn't matter, because your dance hits like a truck, and it's kind of the same deal.
What's the optimal way to play? What do I press when? How do I press it? What do I need to do? And so
people will figure that out. People will figure that out.
Figure out, okay, well,
don't worry about it too much.
A great example is I was going through all the different spells. Basically, I threw myself in the deep end and I ran the dungeon with both.
Right.
And I was like, so I can learn to play when I'm in
sense.
combat and doing stuff. But like, how do I get some of these to activate? There's one where you get just an automatic cast of your like Rainbow Blast.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. And the guide that we had said, yo, this is how you do it. I was like, it's not working.
Did it? They gave us a guide. They gave us a PDF that like was supposed to explain how all the spells work, and I read it, and it did not help at all. Because I don't think that it was that clear. The Viper one was way more clear, but then that one ended up being super unnecessary because you could just press the shiny buttons. With Picto, I feel like they went into way less detail.
Later did I realize that the dungeon was level 92, 91, something, and this was a level 100 spell, and I'm like, oh, well, that explains everything. So I had to go outside, and I had to, just fight out in the open and make a little guy to fight. And when I was doing that, I was like, okay, now that I can slow it down, I understand more, and I get what's going on. But at the end of the day, it had the same vibe, even though there's a few really quick abilities, it had the same vibe as every other casting job except for Red Mage is what I play. It, felt a little slow. I was like,
Compared to Red Mage,
kind of
it's slower. It is more methodical.
Comparative to Viper, which is
Viper is lightning
spamming
fast.
buttons all the time. I was
Right.
like, I don't know that I
They're
like
very
this
different.
as much.
Right.
And
Paced.
it's super cute. It's very fun. Once you get it, it
Very
clicks.
different pace.
Way more than Viper. Picto just is like, once you're in, you're in. It makes sense. And so I think people are going to love it. But it's also just...
More than Viper.
It reminded me of Black Mage a little bit. And as a person who doesn't like Black Mage, sorry, Black Mage players. I just don't. It's too slow for me. I was like, all right, this is fun. It's cute. It looks nice. But I can see
So did he
me
like
being
Viper?
bored playing it. And so I was like, all right. Yeah.
Dude, I love all
Did
these
he like-
things you said, and there's 2 comments I'll make here. The first is I experienced the same
Yeah, you can't do art fast.
kind
Art
of
needs
confusion
time.
when I tried my hand at this, because Yoshipi made it seem easy on the live
Yeah.
letter.
It's so not. It's not
It's-
easy.
yeah,
it takes a moment.
And it's not only us, because to my left was Arthurs, and I would say he's like one of the best players in the game. And in
Okay, yeah. So Quasi, he's sitting on the other side of the table from me. Directly across from me is Arthur's, and sitting to Arthur's right is Quasi. So We're all sitting there together trying to figure this out.
See, and even him, at the end of the day, he turned to me and said, I have no idea how Pictomancer is played. And I think it goes back to what you just said, which is the optimal playstyle seems convoluted, or rather...
Dude, me and Arthurs together really were trying to figure this out for most of the day. And it was a challenge. Eventually we did. But I remember being like... Dude, when are you supposed to press the Moogle beam? When are you supposed to use the hammer? Like, were you able to use the hammer plus the claw plus the rainbow during your burst? And then what about the black paint button? Because all this stuff cannot fit in the burst. So what the hell is supposed to go into the burst? Because the hammer doesn't respond to hyperphantasia, which you need to activate your rainbow. But obviously you need to put the rainbow in burst. And hammer is like fell cleave, so doesn't that need to be in the burst? But you can't put all the hammers in burst. It seems like you can only put one smack of the hammer in burst. So that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, this is conversations that, look, let the optimizers figure that out. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. Wait for the people to figure out their rotation, and then we'll just do what they say. Let them math it out. But at least, you know, I wanted to at least get the idea of what needs to happen in there.
It requires a bit of kind of using your brains a little to say, oh, I prepped this drawing for this window and shit like that, right?
Yes.
So the way to describe this is
you need to prep your drawings for the windows. You cannot go into your burst. You cannot just press Starry Sky without having your creature canvas ready and your weapon canvas ready. You can't do it. You can't do it. You shouldn't do it. And this is something that's, it's good and bad. It's good because having failure states within the job will make it more rewarding to play. It's bad because there will be people that are, they don't know this because it's not apparent. It's kind of difficult to figure out, and they might struggle with doing damage on the job.
So imagine if you split your hotbar in two. One side would be you have your 3 prep drawings that then you can cast another spell that then you can cast a third finishing spell. And then some of those become other things. So it's like I can keep casting to make a Moogle that then becomes the dude from Final Fantasy IX, or I can keep casting to do a little hammer attack, or every so often I can make the ground, I can make everyone touch grass, right?
Yeah.
But then
you can make everyone touch grass.
You have a few abilities that go off of those. So there's one where you make the ground glow, and then if you have enough, I'm trying to think of what it's called, whatever the points are that you can get a free cast of your like rainbow power, and you can blast across the screen.
Yeah.
But then you also have a whole other thing going on, which is you have palette swaps. So you do like light attack, and then you do a big attack, or the AoE versions of those. And then you can swap once you get your holy off to dark attack, like dark attack, and then you can do whatever the dark version of the holy spell is. And you can keep swapping back and forth and do that. That's a whole other thing. And I
thought you could only have one black paint at a time.
Couldn't figure out. I was like,
sure?
So is the main bit important, or is this bit important? Because the main bit seems to have way more cooldowns, and it seems like, okay, so I should focus on this, but this thing over here also affects a lot of other things happening with my character. And I was like, so what do I prioritize here? And I feel like it should be the paintings, but this other thing is so much more efficient and damaging. And I'm like, I don't know what to do here. And I kept trying to switch up and figure it out, and I was like, I got nothing. I have absolutely no clue how this works.
I think this is the experience most people will have.
So we'll leave it to the math geniuses and the balance to figure it out. But
That's kind
I
of a
totally hear you,
concern
because like the black combo you just described has
because as fun as it is and as in-depth as it is, I feel like many people will struggle.
Higher potency, but the cast time is longer. And and like you said, there's 2 currencies, which is the white, kind of paint bullets, and the black paint bullets that you have to swap between them using like an ability.
Okay, well,
right?
I don't need to watch this whole
I
interview
suspect
because
it's
2 hours
kind of
long.
prepping
But I
for
was
that
just
2-minute burst window to have
what
all
he
your
had to
black
say
spells and your charges available
about the
for
dyes
that. But
and
I'll leave
about
it to kind of like the
Picto.
math geniuses to figure that out.
Yeah, and the black and white spells are where your AoE
It's
stuff
interesting
is.
to me.
So I'm like, if you're running through a dungeon, you're mostly dropping those as you get through stuff, and then you get to a boss. So I was like, okay, so is it you're focusing here while you're running the dungeon, and then a boss you're over here? I was like, I have no answers. But at the same time, I was like, I'm so confused, but it also feels slow. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know if this is what I'm gonna do. I was like, I like it in theory, but yeah, it may not be for me.
Based off your comment already, though, before we move on to Viper, well, Picto has...
Okay, well, I'll give you all the link to this so you can watch the whole thing because it's quite long. But it's funny that Jesse remembers me spending 3 hours in G-Pose. And I had planned to do that. That was, unlike last time, where I accidentally got hung up looking at bunny boys for 3 hours. And then I ran out of time. This time I planned to spend 3 hours in G-Pose. And I completely sacrificed looking at the jobs, the existing jobs. I decided I'm going to look at job armors, I'm going to look at Roth girls, and I'm going to look at Viper and Picto. And that's it. That's going to be my day. I'll let other people handle looking at all the existing jobs. I don't even know how to play all the jobs. So, yep. Here's the link to that video. Worth. Absolutely worth. Were the grinding gear guys there on the same day Zepla was? No, I didn't see them there, so I guess they came the second day. I didn't know that they were even there, but I think I did see they had a video. I'd love to hear what they had to say. Oh my gosh, it's 5 hours long? What the fuck? Did they make a video? It's not 5 hours. Oh, that's a stream. No, I don't see any, like, video. I only saw the stream from 5 days ago. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I can't find it. They just did a stream. What did they think? What did they say? Because aren't they done with FF14? They did a chill stream and talked about it. They did a fireside chat. A media tour wasn't their experience. Well, what was the overall vibe? Did they like or not? Did you ever get payment / server transfer stuff situated? Yes, I did. Thank you for asking. Thankfully, I did get that figured out before Dawn Trail. That's interesting. Todd says he met the grinding gear, but he didn't say which day. Well, Todd was there for a lot longer than I was. I was only there for, like, I got in the night before the event, and then I left the following morning. So I didn't have really time at all to hang out with people before or afterwards. So I think Todd had more opportunities to meet with people. Yeah, they liked it, but the Dark Knight of the two, Mrs. Plunge. Wait, they got rid of Plunge? Animation? What? Really? That's iconic. Hey, what the? What the? I didn't know that. They nixed Plunge. They got rid of all the gap closers with potency. What the? Damn. Dark Knight is a different positional that doesn't do damage. I like it. Not forced to use gap closer for deep, but I liked Plunge. Plunge. Dark can't plunge now. Yeah. Is there a video that goes over all the different like job changes? Because that's something I didn't look at myself. I couldn't at all. I didn't look at that. Let's see. There's Cole's videos, which I haven't seen at all. June Bob has a good one. Okay, let me check. Dawn Trail Media Tour. New action showcase. Oh, but is this going to require knowledge from me about the jobs? Because this is like very technical, looks like. Mr. Happy covered every job. Okay, let me look. Beep, beep, beep. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. They also renamed the skills. And gave them different animations. Well, I'd like to find out about that. Mr. Happy, Red Mage job breakdown. Oh, okay. He usually does this. I think he does this every year. Well, I should look at a couple of them that I personally am interested in. Like Dragoon. What happened with Dragoon? Viper, Dancer. These are pretty short videos too, which is good. Oh. I want to see the Dragoon change. Okay.
Coming to 14 in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour, and that includes checking out the job changes. So when you're done with this video, be sure to look at all the other videos. I'll put a playlist in the description so it's easy to find. Quick disclaimer, reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development.
I should make a playlist. Oh my god, I just realized I haven't done that. Shit.
Thing you see in here, potencies, abilities, whatever. It's also subject to change, so don't be surprised if things are a bit different come early access.
Crap.
Now, while everyone was really fearing the Dragoon rework before we had any details, the job is largely similar to its Endwalker counterpart with a few notable changes, both to the job at level 90 and its new skills beyond. First, some of the changes to existing systems for the job. The biggest one is that you no longer have eyes on your gauge. Mirage Dive is now simply a follow-up to your jump or high jump for additional potency, and eyes are no longer required at all to activate Life of the Dragon.
Don't need eyes.
Instead, Jirskogul is now a 60-second cooldown, and upon pressing it, you will immediately enter Life of the Dragon, along with gaining 3 stacks of Nastron ready. Life is also now a 15% damage boost, but only lasts 20 seconds instead of 30. That being said, it's as busy as it was before, if not busier than it was, because now you have to do 3 Nastrons, a Star Diver, and another new attack during a shorter time frame. Nastron only has a 2-second recast now, so you can do it 3 times, not the 10-second one it had before. There are a few other changes as well, even up to level 90. Battle Litany is now a 20-second buff, up from 15 seconds before, lining it up with most other buff changes in Dawn Trail. Your 5-part combo now also has a new finisher from level 64 and onward called Drake's Bane. This just replaces the final GCD in your 5-part combo, whether it be Wheeling Thrust or Fang and Claw. This attack has a bit more potency and no positional requirements, reducing the number of total positionals you have in your rotation. Speaking of positionals, Dragon Sight is no more. With 1 less positional and the added damage to Life of the Dragon, it seems they determined it was no longer worth the macro or targeting headaches the skill was causing amongst players.
Oh my god.
And finally, a change that we actually learned in the
Dragon Sight is gone?
live letter, Spine Shatter Dive is no more.
And Spine Shatter Dive!
In its place, you now have Winged Glide, a no damage gap closer. This will give Dragoon a much more open amount of mobility, now having both the backflip and the 2 non-damage gap closers for you to utilize instead of—
What the hell? If I'm on Dragoon, do you think I want to glide over there? No, I want to fucking jump.
I'm always using them during—
I want to jump to the spot, that's why I'm a Dragoon.
Burst windows and then not having them for later. Now to see how many Dragoons keep backflipping during their open—
Anybody can slide? Only Dragoon can jump?
Turn to get around instead of using the new skill.
What the—
After level 90, they get a few changes that—
Man, that's some bullshit.
that are pretty standard for all the melee jobs. At level 94, you get enhanced—
I want to jump. That's it.
Second Wind,
That's—
bumping the potency to 800. You
I actually think the changes with the eyes is good.
also get melee mastery at that level, upping the potency of their more powerful single—
And honestly, Dragon Sight, this it kind of was pain in the butt for targeting.
Target GCDs. And then at level 98, you get Enhanced Feint, increasing the debuff's duration to 15 seconds. The new skills after level 90 are mostly updates and follow-ups to existing skills.
It's not
at
a
level
huge
92,
rework,
you get Enhanced Dragonfire Dive, causing the attack to grant Dragon's Flight for 30 seconds. This buff changes the skill into Rise of the Dragon, a 550 potency AoE off global with a 50% fall off. Just another bonus OGCD during 2s to replace one of those missing Spine Shatter dives. At level 96, Dragoons get Lance Mastery 4, and this simply updates Vorpal Thrust and Disembowel to Lance Barrage and Spiral Blow. They function the same still, but with updated animations and higher potency. Finally, at level 100, you learn Enhanced Star Diver. This causes the attack to grant Star Cross ready for 20 seconds, transforming Star Diver into Star Cross. This is another OGCD for your life window, dealing 700 AoE potency with a 50% fall off. So basically, both your Spine Shatter dives got replaced with something else in the expansion for your burst. So Dragoons were super afraid, but all in all, they'll feel very similar to Endwalker. No longer needing to manage eyes and life windows will likely be seen as a gameplay downgrade to some of the more hardcore Dragoons, as well as Jer Skogul being 60 seconds instead of 30 now, meaning it's...
I feel like it's kind of QOL, but I don't play Dragoon that hardcore, so that's probably why I think that.
A little less involved. But compared to the doom and gloom fears most had before, it seems the job made out relatively unscathed with some
you
quality
should be
of life to
relieved.
boot. We'll see how career Dragoons react to this once they hear about all the information. I know one reaction they'll have though. Dragoon, where's you wanna get Dragoon a defensive cooldown at some point? Monk gets an AoE heal, you know, everyone else has everything going on. Yeah, but enhanced second win. You know, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I know they still didn't get a defensive. And that's going to be a wrap for my overview for Dragoon in Dawn Trail. Be sure to...
That's weird because I feel like with a dragon-themed job, you should get like a dragon scales thing. That would make sense to me. Like, you should be a little bit tough. Your job is you're used to fighting fucking dragons. And you don't have any defensive? That doesn't make sense. But I guess the best defense is a good offense. Hey, Fear33, thank you for subbing. Appreciate that. Moon Moose, thank you for subbing as well. I can't believe that they got rid of a jump on Dragoon. That's dumb. That is dumb. White Mage. Astrologian, yes.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Astrologian updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawn Trail.
Yeah, Dragon Sight was a pest, but Winged Glide looks super generic and almost identical. Yeah, it looks like something that anybody could do. Any class in the game could Winged Glide themselves to the next spot. Yeah, I think that sucks. But it's like also we thought Dragoon was gonna get gutted, but it didn't, so I guess we're not that upset.
Recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early, including checking out all the job changes. So be sure to take a look at all of the other job change videos when you're done with this.
Astrologian is better.
Now, disclaimer and reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development and is still subject to changes. So don't be surprised if some of the stuff you see here is not the same when you get into early access.
They usually don't change it that much from Media Tour, though. They usually only change potencies.
Now, since Astro's card system is entirely new in Dawn Trail, we should cover the simpler changes and additions first before discussing that. However, know that with the cards being different, that Astrodyne and that seal system are entirely gone. So if you didn't like it, it's good news for you.
Good riddance.
The other core spells and abilities are pretty much exactly the same up to level 90, at which point Astro gets some traits that upgrade existing skills and add some new ones. And yes, Star is still in. I know some people were worried not seeing it in the live letter. Don't worry, it's there. At level 94, Fall Malefic and Combust get a small potency boost from the Magic Mastery trait, something that's pretty standard amongst the healers in Dawn Trail. At level 96, Aspected Helios gets a mastery trait that upgrades it to Helios Conjunction. Seems it just has a slightly stronger regen than Aspected Helios and a fancy new animation.
It's
and
pretty.
At level 98, Essential Dignity gets a third charge. I didn't think it needed a third charge, but
it
hey,
does.
Don't find me complaining. I love Essential Dignity.
Everybody loves Essential
Dignity. And of course,
Dignity.
like all the casters and healers in Dawn Trail, Swift Cast now only has a 40-second cooldown after level 94 as well. Good. The remaining new non-card skills in Dawn Trail are follow-up attacks to existing skills. At level 92, you get a trait for Divination that causes it to grant the Divining buff for 30 seconds. This grants access
those robes
to Oracle, a
velvety.
600 potency AoE nuke with no fall-off damage.
Pretty good.
Of course, you're going to be looking to fit this inside of you and your team's buff windows for maximum efficacy. Neutral Sect also gets a follow-up at level 100. The trait at that level causes Neutral Sect to grant the Sun-Touched buff for 30 seconds, which allows you to use the ability Sun Sign a single time. This grants a 10% damage reduction on yourself and nearby allies for 15 seconds. Since Sun Touch lasts 30 seconds, you can either stack it with your Neutral Sect shields or save it until your sect goes down, whatever works best for the fight you're doing.
Stuff, because
all right, now for the new card system.
Yes.
Old draw, redraw, undraw, they're all gone, and in their place is all new stuff. At level 30, Astrologian learns Astral and Umbral Draw. Using Astral or Umbral Draw will pull 3 cards from your deck while restoring 5% of your MP. They share a button as well and will alternate which draw you perform next every time you use the skill. So you'll use Astral Draw, you'll get all the cards, you'll wait a minute, and then it will be Umbral Draw, and then Astral, etc., etc.
You swap back and
Astral
forth.
and Umbral Draw always pull the same 3 cards, so there's no more card RNG at all. For Astral Draw, you will...
So this is something that made me really upset when I heard it in the media, in the live letter before the media tour, that there's no more RNG. And this upset me a lot because I'm like, well, that's the whole identity of the job. The identity is you are divining fate and you don't know what fate is going to be. So that's why the RNG is important. And I do really kind of stand by that, but I'm still happy with the changes. I feel like it is a step in the right direction. It's definitely better than it was.
Always pull the Balance, the Arrow, and the Spire. The Balance has the same effect as Endwalker, increasing the target's damage by 6% if melee or tank, and 3% if ranged or healer. The Arrow increases HP recovered via healing actions by 10% for 15
Does
seconds,
something different.
making it a nice healing cooldown for you or
It's
your
not
co-healer.
just another
I like the
damage
idea
buff.
of playing it on the shield healer in your party in order to get bigger shields for a mechanic that's coming up.
Oh, that's
And
smart.
the Spire
That's
puts
cool.
a 400 potency barrier on the target for 30 seconds. For Umbral Draw, you will always pull the Spear, the Bowl, and the Ewer. The Spear is the inverse of the Balance, so 6% for ranged and healer and 3% for melee and tank. The Bowl reduces damage taken on the target by 10% for 15 seconds, like it used to way back when, and the Ewer gives the target player a 200 potency regen for 15
Can pass
seconds.
the bowl again.
Now, after level 70, each of these draws will also pull a Minor Arcana. And again, there's no RNG on this anymore. Astral Draw will always pull the Lord of Crowns, a 400 potency AoE damage card, and Umbral Draw will always pull the Lady of Crowns, a 400 potency AoE heal. And to top it all off, you begin instances and respawns with Astral Draw automatically loaded into your deck.
Yeah.
On one hand, this is nice because it means you don't need to think about any pre-pull draw shenanigans. You know, pull one, wait a few seconds, then start the countdown. That kind of thing is gone.
That's
On the other hand, the cards are actually playable out of combat in the build that I played.
Oh.
And so our Astro is going to throw out all of their utility cards pre-pull, then use the Balance, and then play the Lord, and then immediately draw Umbral and play the Spear so they have 2 damage cards during buffs.
Yeah.
It seems like that's going to be what actually happens if the cards work exactly the same as they did in Mediator. So your opener might still be busy if that was something that you liked as Astro, but I don't know if that's how it's going to turn out. That's just a little bit of speculation based on how it seems to be done in the Mediator. So this new card system is kind of a merger of the old card system from expansions past and something new entirely. There's a lot more unique card effects again instead of everything just being a damage card. And with no RNG, the cards can be more properly balanced. And if they maybe want to...
Everything being a damage card was definitely the worst iteration of Astrologian so far. That sucked because it just felt like every card is the same card. At least now that problem is going to be solved. I miss RNG, and I still would like the Stormblood Astrologian back, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So this is at least... good. This is better.
Change one of the effects in a later expansion, they totally can. However, some people did enjoy the RNG and on-the-fly card plays, so this was never going to please everyone. Hopefully, longtime Astros enjoy this new system and more proper planning around card availability. And other than the cards, Astro's kit still looks insanely strong. I've always felt like there's been a big disparity between what an Astrologian was capable of and what its co-pure healer, the White Mage, was capable of. That honestly feels even more so now. Yeah,
really?
White Mage got some new stuff. It'll probably be a personal DPS powerhouse, and it's got some more utility than it had before, especially in the movement category. But Astro literally got so much new utility and even a bit more damage. I mean, Nocturnal Sect having this AoE damage mitt follow-up, a healing buff that you can give to yourself or your shield buddy, tank mitt, like, it's just kind of insane. And then you have an extra essential dignity on top of it all. Who cares about the extra Tetra White Mage got? You got 3 essential dignities now. You're still one-upping them.
True.
So honestly, if you like this new card system, or at the very least don't mind it, it looks like Astro's eating really, really good this expansion. Only time will tell. Only the pro Astros will be able to give you the full lowdown on that. But my first impressions are, oh boy, it's going to be fun. Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for my overview on the changes coming to Astrologian.
Awesome. I'm happy to hear it. Now, I know Red Mage got changes too, which I'm curious about, because I heard some people say, I overheard people say that it was going to make things harder. So I'm interested in that one. I'll probably check that one out next.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Red Mage updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early, including checking out all the job changes. So be sure to take a look at all the other job changes when you're done with this one, and I will include a link to a playlist in the description so you can find them easily. Just a disclaimer though, reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development and everything you see here, potencies, abilities, whatever, it's all subject to change, so don't be surprised if anything changes come early access. Now Red Mage is nearly identical to its Endwalker version, but with some quality of life and small additions. It does get some nice pre-90 changes as well that you'll just log in and see that you have. Jolt 2 is now upgraded to Jolt 3 at level 84, just with more potency and a fancy new animation. Its other 2 pre-90 changes are much more significant. Manification no longer grants 50 black and white mana. Instead, it grants 3 stacks of magic swordplay, which allows you to freely use 3 of your enchanted sword skills. Basically, it's a free melee combo, whether it be single target or AoE, and will prevent mana overcapping when the skill is used.
Okay.
Speaking of melee combo, the enchanted Moulinet...
But that was, like... That's the only thing I had to think about on Red Mage was, will I overcap when I press this button or not? But I guess...
skill has also been updated. It is now a 3-part combo, going from Moulinet into Moulinet 2 into Moulinet 3. The potency gradually scales up with each hit, only going up by 10 each hit, but that does matter. Most importantly though, this combo string is now only 50 black and white mana. Finally in line with the melee combo after being 60 mana for far too long. After level 90, they get some pretty standard changes that are shared with the other casters. Enhanced Swift Cast at level 94 lowers its cooldown to 40 seconds, down from 60. You also get Enchanted Blade Mastery at the same level, buffing almost every Red Mage spell minus their AoEs, not just the Enchanted Sword combo despite the trait name. Finally, you get Enhanced Addle at level 98, increasing the duration of the debuff to 15 seconds. Their new abilities after level 90 mostly add off globals to their buff windows and some movement quality of life. At level 92, they get Enhanced Embolden, granting the Thorned Flourish buff when using Embolden for 30 seconds. This changes the button into Vice of Thorns, a 520 potency AoE off global with a 60% fall off. Simple enough, you'll throw that into burst windows most of the time. At level 96, you get Enhanced Acceleration 2, which causes the ability to grant the buff Grand Impact Ready for 30 seconds. This transforms both Jolt 3 and Impact into Grand Impact, an instant cast AoE that deals 540 potency with a 60% fall off. It also generates 3 mana, making it a 1-point mana gain over Jolt in
it's pretty.
particular. It more importantly allows acceleration to grant 2 spells of instant movement instead of 1, since you still do get its original effect. This also gives you more potency and should just make your life easier. Finally, at level 100,
I think that was
you get
necessary.
Enhanced Manification 3. Upon spending all 6 stacks of the Manification buff, you'll be granted Cineration Ready. This changes Manification into Cineration, a 620 potency off-global AoE with a 60% fall off.
Wow,
Yet
that's
another
awesome.
off-global to add into your buff window right after you finish that 6-part melee and spell combo. So all in all, Red Mage got some added mobility, quality of life on mana management, and some bonus off-globals during burst. This preserves the
That sounds pretty good.
job for the people who like it and gives them a bit more to do during their burst windows that they were already familiar with. These should feel really nice to enthusiasts and not just at the highest experience
Everybody should be
level,
happy
for
with that.
people at all experience levels with the job.
Yeah,
and
it
for
sounds
anyone
good.
picking it up to, spam raids and whatever content they're doing at the time. But that's going to be a wrap for my...
That sounds pretty solid. I feel like Red Mage players are gonna be pretty happy with that. Summoner. Oh god. Oh, Summoner. I played it. I that's one I did play at the media tour. Yep.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Summoner updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV and Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion
I
out
want to
early
see
at the North
what's new for Summoner.
American Media Tour, and that includes checking out all the job changes.
What's
Once you're done with
different?
this video, be sure to check the
Maybe
link
I
in the
missed something.
description for a playlist to all of the other job changes you might want to see. Quick disclaimer, reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development
Solar
and
Bahamut. It's
all of this
That's
is still
different.
subject to change. Don't be surprised if things are a bit different come early access. Now, Summoner is almost entirely the same job
shit. Okay. I guess I didn't miss anything.
as an Endwalker, for
Okay.
better or worse. The only notable change to your existing skills before level 90 is that Searing Light is now a 5% damage buff instead of 3, but only lasts 20 seconds instead of 30. After level 90, there's a few traits upgrading existing skills and a few important new skills to slot right into what you were already doing. Some of these are going to be the same across the different casters as well. You'll get Enhanced Swift Cast at level 94, lowering its cooldown to 40%. You'll get Arcane Mastery at the same level, buffing a ton of the Summoner's potencies across the board. I don't even want to go through all of those. And finally, you get Enhanced Addle at level 98, increasing the duration of the debuff
Everybody
to
got.
15 seconds. Summoner then gets some upgrades to its existing skills that'll not feel much different to what you're doing now. At level 92, for example, you get Enhanced Fester, simply changing the skill to Necrotize and increasing its potency by a fair amount. At level 96, you get Enhanced Searing Wind. This causes the skill to grant the Ruby's Glimmer buff for 30 seconds, causing the skill to change into Searing Flash until it's used. This is simply a 600 potency AoE off global, which you'll be looking to throw into your buff windows for another big hit. And then at level 100, you do get a couple of new things. First up is Summon Solar Bahamut. This will replace every other Dreadworm or Firebird trance and summon respectively, ideally always lining up with your 2-minute buff window. It functions nearly identical to the others as
There
well,
it is.
coming with its own Astral Flow, Enkindle, and even a new special move. When summoning Solar Bahamut, you'll also enter Lightworm Trance, changing Ruin 3 and Tri-Disaster into Umbral Impulse and Umbral Flare respectively. Umbral Impulse is notably a few potencies shy of Fountain of Fire from Firebird Trance.
Oh, it's not as much as Firebird? Fountain of Fire?
But to make up for it, all of Solar Bahamut's other attacks are much more powerful,
Okay.
including his generic auto attack, Lux Wave, which in this build was 33% stronger than both
That's
Bahamut
why.
and Phoenix's auto attacks. Your
Whose auto
Astral
attacks are
Flow
stronger.
is Sun Flare, which just nukes the opponent for a 700 potency AoE with a 60% fall off. Your Enkindle is Exodus, a 1600 potency AoE with a 60% fall off.
Okay.
And finally, upon entering Lightworm Trance, you also gain the buff Refulgent Lux for 30 seconds, granting access to a new skill, Lux Solaris. This ability is a 500 potency AoE heal on a 60-second cooldown, which doesn't really matter because you'll only be using this once every Solar Bahamut, which is at once every 2 minutes. So
Okay.
think with that as you will. Its radius is only 15
I
yalms, but since it
mean-
doesn't deal any damage, you can freely use it anytime in that 30-second buff window. And that's it, summoners. I know a lot of people were hoping for the job to develop a bit more with its involvement with the expansion changes.
We were expecting the job to develop.
But for anyone largely enamored with the summoner job fantasy, it'll be down to how you feel about Solar Bahamut. I'm definitely in the camp that I'd have preferred to not see another Bahamut, more of the...
I think I actually don't know anybody that is like super hyped on Solar Bahamut. Really, like, because we have Shiva, Leviathan, and Ramu right there. So why this extra Bahamut? We already have a Bahamut, and I don't know.
Job aside.
Also, like...
So I'm not super into what I'm seeing for Summoner in Dawn Trail.
I actually watched this video because even though I've tested Summoner myself in the media tour, I was thinking maybe I missed something because I didn't get to spend a lot of time with it.
That being said, the job simplicity has made it a common pick amongst endgame raiders and Endwalker, and since it kept its raise, I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of people pick up their book again this expansion. I also found it strange that they just gave them a 500 potency AoE heal as part of their 2-minute buff window, even if they don't have to use it at any point because it's not a damaging skill. Just not the kind of skill I would have expected them to add in, given how all the other changes and additions have gone. But hey, just gonna mean that you have a nice big heal if there's ever a big raid mechanic during twos, so that is nice, I guess. And that's gonna be a wrap for my overview for Summoner in Dawn Trail. Be sure to...
For Summoners, I wish they would condense Ruin / Gemshine and Outburst / Tri-Disaster Precious Brilliance down from 4 icons to 2, since you never use non-summon casts while they're up. Yeah, I wonder if they'll ever do that. I wish I could ask them what the thought process was on giving us Bahamut too. Here's what I think it could be. Maybe we meet Solar Bahamut in the story. And meeting Solar Bahamut is really pog. And Solar Bahamut is actually a super badass. And they think, wow, players are going to meet Solar Bahamut and they're going to love Solar Bahamut and they're going to want to summon Solar Bahamut. But we haven't seen that yet. So we don't have that context that they might have. Or it's just something they totally made up and it doesn't have anything to do with anything. That could also be it. I don't know. The cope. Yeah. It just... Maybe Solar Bahamut is in Solution 9. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. So... Who knows what's going on in Solution 9? And so maybe it's gonna be something like that. What they could do, maybe they could think about adding some glamours for the different summons. Maybe that would be good, like they did with Carby. Maybe you could glam Solar Bahamut into something else later, but that's probably not gonna happen. I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't count on that. Other ones can... Oh, Game Addict, thank you for the 2-month resub. Soul Brother, thank you for the 5-month resub. Appreciate it. Fat Chocobo as a skin. I think people would be more excited about Fat Chocobo. Why don't they make it a bit more like Blue and have all of the available primal eggy form and you have to pick one or the other? Like Shiva or Ifrit. Oh yeah, that would be really cool. That would be really cool. Where like you have to just decide which ones you're going to go into combat with. Even if it was just a cosmetic thing, I think that would be pretty awesome to set yourself apart from other summoners and give it a little bit of the flavor. A little flavor. Knights of the Round. Give Scholar Glams for fairies first. I want my fairy to be a bird or something. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that. at any point soon. Okay. We could look at the white mage change. That's kind of interesting. Also, so is Scholar. Scholar, pretty interesting. Paladin. I know black mages were complaining about stuff. Bard, I think probably isn't very different at all. Some of these you can kind of tell how different it is based on how long video is. Some of these are like 3-4 minute long. Paladin. They ruined Paladin?
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all the Paladin updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour, and that of course includes checking out all the job changes. So when you're done with this video, be sure to check out all the other job change videos I got coming out. There'll be a playlist in the description, and trust me, they won't be hard to find on my channel regardless. Quick disclaimer, reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development and everything here is still subject to change. So don't be surprised if it's not one-to-one to whatever I tell you here when early access rolls around. Now, Paladin functions mostly the same as it did in Endwalker, with a few nifty new animations and upgrades. For pre-level 90 updates, the most significant of them is that Goring Blade is now only available for 30 seconds after using Fight or Flight. It also shares a button with it, so when you use Fight or Flight, it will become Goring Blade until you actually use it. Ideally, you're going to...
So you're meant to use it right away.
Use this during the Fight or Flight buff itself, since, you know, damage. Atonement also got a small upgrade. It's now a 3-part action combo. Instead of just using Atonement 3 times back to back, the second and third times you use the skill will have updated names and animations. The combo is now Atonement into Supplication into Sepulture. The second and third combo actions do get
that sounds good.
Progressively higher in potency, but fortunately you can still freely interrupt the combo and use the 3 atonement stacks whenever
that's better than just 3 atonement.
Works best for you. As for their post-level 90 upgrades to existing skills, there's a few basic ones that are pretty much the same across all of the tanks. At level 92, you'll get Sentinel Mastery, which upgrades Sentinel to Guardian. It now reduces the damage you take by 40% instead of 30%, and also grants the Paladin a 1000 potency barrier on themselves. So it's a pretty significant upgrade. At level 94, you get Enhanced Rampart, which adds a healing received buff to the skill. You also get Melee Mastery at 94, which increases the potency of almost all of your GCD skills, excluding Holy Circle and Goring Blade. And finally, at level 98, you get Enhanced Reprisal, which increases the duration of the debuff to 15 seconds. For brand new skills, Paladin just gets a few small ones. At level 96, they get Requiescent Mastery, changing it into a new skill, Imperator. This is an AoE upgrade that comes with a hefty potency increase as well. Though functionally, it's still the same as Reprisal. You still use it to go into your Confiteor combo, and maybe you optimize it a little bit more for AoE damage since it has that now, but all in all, you'll probably be using it almost exactly the same. Finally, at level 100, you get the Enhanced Blade of Valor trait. This causes using Blade of Valor to grant the buff Blade of Honor Ready, granting access to the skill of the same name for 30 seconds. Blade of Honor is an off-global addition to the end of your Confiteor combo, hitting for 740 potency in an AoE around the target, with a 50% fall-off. It replaces
it sounds so good so far.
Imperator on your hotbar until it is used, though you'll likely use it almost immediately within buffs. Perhaps there's also some optimization to be had here. You can save it for up to 30 seconds, so maybe there's an AoE to hold on to it for. That's going to depend on the fight.
Big sword.
All in all, it'll feel like you're playing almost the exact same job, which is a pro and a con depending on who you ask. Some people were not pleased with the changes to the job in 6.3, and since it's basically the same thing, if you're in that boat, you're likely not going to budge. On the flip side, it's nice to have more animations on the Atonement combo to make it more visually stimulating. Same with the update to Requiescent.
It doesn't, like, there's nothing surprising here, really.
Good. The tank tools also seem to generally be getting buffed across the board, which, for me at least with Paladin, it kind of adds to the whole sword and board fantasy alongside the Holy Spellblade thing they've had going on for a few expansions. It's superficial since all the tanks are getting updates, but I don't know, for me it just kind of works. But I'm also just kind of a Paladin fan in general, so it's just my opinion. But that's going to be
So what are y'all saying about Paladin? What's the issue here? I would have liked some shield bashes woven into the atonement combo. Yeah, that makes sense. We're heavy on the sword and light on the board. I assume you mean for like the animations. If we're gonna do three different animations after with atonement.
Wrap for all of the changes coming to Paladin in Dawntrail. Be sure to like and subscribe and check out all of the other videos in that playlist that I mentioned at the start. There's
to me, it seems good.
A lot that you need to catch up on, and you got a few weeks to do it, so might as well. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Sounds good to me, yeah. I'm expecting to play more Paladin in this expansion because I got my name back. Zepla did. You know, that's why I named my character that in the beginning. Because Paladin, Zepla did. That was the joke. That's why. Because that's how I started the game, was Paladin. Yes. Zepla did. That was the thing. Okay. The request cat to Imperator change. Notice it also makes the move ranged now, meaning you can use it as an opener. And in general, this makes it more flexibility. This is welcome because while Confiteor was ranged, request cat was not, making it weird to have to close a gap before being able to use a longer range ability. Yes, so that is a problem that they solved with this change. The Sentinel buff. People seem happy. Someone had the same reaction. More swords. Paladin stays winning. Yeah, this thing's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Apart from those, other jobs. I've already done a whole thing on Picto, so I know all about that already. I guess Dancers of interest. Bard is of interest to me. Ninja, actually, I'm thinking about playing because of Viper, and I need to learn how to... I feel like if you're going to play a type of job, like aiming, slaying, or scouting, you need to know how to play... some idea of how to play at least one other job within that category, because you're going to be sharing the gear. You're going to have the gear anyway. So... But I don't know anything about Ninja right now, so I feel like I won't know what he's talking about. Dancer's interesting. I did check it, and I think it's not different at all. That's why this video is literally 3 minutes long. Because it hasn't really changed much. White Mage... curious about.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the White Mage updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawntrail.
I haven't seen Dark Knight yet.
I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour, including checking out all the job changes. Be sure to take a look at all the job change videos I'll be putting out alongside this one when you're done checking out White Mage. Of course, bit of housekeeping, reminder that Dawntrail is still in development and is still subject to changes. So don't be surprised if some of these bits are different come early access, especially potencies, which are always getting tweaked. Now, White Mage is almost entirely the same as it was in Endwalker, for better or worse. Almost every single spell and potency that it had before is still in the game and still exactly the same up to level 90. From level 91 to 100, however... It's
a nice outfit.
Some do...
I like it. I like the classic White Mage.
Undergoes some changes or upgrades. The White Magic Mastery trait at level 94 increases the potencies of Dia, Glare, and Afflacious Misery, while another trait at level 94 reduces Swiftcast's cooldown to 40 seconds, which we learned about during the live letter. Tetragrammaton also gains a second charge at level 98 via trait as well, giving White Mage a bit better of a time.
I don't know, but after I see Astrology, this is going to be a tough act to follow.
With their off-global healing capacity. Medica 2 also undergoes an upgrade at level 96 to Medica 3. Its function is entirely the same, it just now rocks a new animation and higher potencies.
Oh, it's so pretty!
As to be expected.
It's flower petals everywhere.
Then we get into the new stuff. White Mage actually higher potency,
oh, wow,
new animation and higher potency.
You're covering the animation with the thing.
As to be expected. Then we get into the new stuff. White Mage actually gets a new skill at level 40 called Ethereal Shift. This allows them to dash forward 15 yalms on just a 1-minute cooldown.
Oh, hey, it's what a Dragoon can do.
This helps with mobility a lot, so I'm willing to bet white mages are going to have a field day with this. Also really glad that it is a low-level skill. I know some of you are looking at things like Unending Coil at level 70 and thinking, you know what, this will be pretty nice to have. Speaking of mobility, Presence of Mind
think that's great. That's awesome.
Also gets a new trait at level 92. This causes using the ability to grant 3 stacks of Sacred Sight for 30 seconds.
Okay.
This grants access to Glare 4, an instant cast AoE GCD for 570 potency. That's a big upgrade over Glare 3. This grants 3 GCDs worth of mobility, which could be very important when attacking during the buff windows. The increased cast speed from Presence of Mind makes these stacks disappear very quickly, but hey, it's a nice addition to their 2-minute window. Finally, at level 100, you'll get a new trait for Temperance. Using your White Mage wings at max level will grant you a buff called Divine Grace for 30 seconds. This grants you access to the Divine Caress ability, an off-global AoE 400 potency barrier for you and your...
It's a barrier. It's a rainbow barrier.
...for teammates. Not only that, but once the barrier fades, everyone gets a 200 potency regen for 15 seconds. It will consume Divine Grace, of course, when you actually use it, but this extra shield should be handy, especially if used in the 10-second window after Temperance itself actually wears off. Gives you a little bit of buffer space for it. And those are all of the White Mage changes coming to Dawntrail. Not a whole lot. It's going to feel like a very similar job. So if you enjoyed it in Endwalker, you'll probably enjoy it in Dawntrail. Their goal seems to have just been to enhance parts of the job that it's already known for. You know, there's a few boosted potencies, an extra off-global heal, and finally giving it some form of AoE barrier. Glare 4 is nice since its potency is a huge step up from Glare 3 during buffs, as well as the instant cast to help with mobility during one of the most important times. I will say, however, that I think some things on the job might be better off...
Does it stack with Scholar Shields? That's the question.
...being less tied to other big cooldowns. Divine Caress being so infrequent and being tied to using another defensive buff itself. I don't know, it's just not as flexible as I'd personally like it to be.
Yeah.
If anything, if they really want to keep it tied to Temperance, I kind of just wish the Divine Grace buff was permanent after you use the skill. Until you actually use Divine Caress, of course. Instead of either just piling it right on top during Temperance or using it in just that short window after. Or just make it its own skill. You know, I'd prefer either of those things instead of it being a follow-up. That being said, White Mage players who truly enjoy the job fantasy, high personal damage...
It's still super simple. They didn't really add...
improved job fundamentals with Dawntrail should feel like they're eating all right. But that's going to be a wrap.
For me, I struggle with White Mage because I get so tired of glare spam.
For my video on White Mage in Dawntrail, again...
I'm more interested in Astrologian if I'm going to play healer. I would play Astrologian. That's just me, though. Because I'm ADHD and Astrologian keeps my attention better. I get bored. Astrologian, I feel like there's more buttons to press, there's more to do. Dark Knight.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Dark Knight
maybe Scholar
updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawntrail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour, and that of course includes checking out all the job changes. So, once you're done with this video, be sure to look at all the other job changes I'll have uploaded. I'll even add a link to a playlist in the description to make it easy. Just a quick disclaimer, Dawntrail is still in development, and so everything you see here is still subject to change. Don't be surprised if things are a bit different come early access. Now, Dark Knight is mostly similar to its Endwalker counterpart with some new changes and updates to potencies and animations. Before level 90, there are actually quite a few significant changes to note for when you first log into the expansion.
Okay.
First off, Plunge is gone, replaced with a damageless gap closer called Shadow Stride. This means you won't be weaving it during burst windows anymore and will instead use it exclusively for its intended purpose.
Pee. I'm actually so upset about this because Plunge was so cool and it's such an iconic part of the job. You just, with your big ass sword, you swing it over your head and it's awesome. Why would God? It's just like with Dragoon, you got rid of this cool jump.
Where's the busyness of the burst window?
I'm so annoyed, and now everyone has this generic zip forward.
A little bit, though you do get some new tools in order to
Let me see it again. Let me see it again.
And will instead use it exclusively for its intended purpose. This lowers the...
That's so lame. That's so... Why'd you have to get rid of the animation? Well, can you just get rid of the damage if you don't want people weaving it?
Busyness of the burst window a little bit, though you do get some new tools in order to
So, yikers.
replace it. Biggest loss, the plunge animation.
Yes!
Hopefully it's still in PvP. Second,
What if they get rid of it in PvP?
and Blood Weapon
They won't.
becomes Delirium at level 68, and the effects are combined into one button. The Blood Weapon part only has 3 stacks now as well, down from 5 in Endwalker. The MP generation is also the same per hit for both the Delirium and Blood Weapon buffs respectively, so that does mean a bit less MP with those 2 less stacks.
Okay.
It also means a bit less blood is going to be generated as well. But in exchange for that, Living Shadow no longer costs blood, so it's now exclusively used for Blood Spiller and Quietus. Living Shadow also got some potency buffs to its level 88 and 99 traits, though what that means in the grand scheme still remains to be seen.
Okay.
After level 90, there are a bunch of standard changes that pretty much happen across all the tanks. The most unique one is Shadow Wall Mastery, which upgrades Shadow Wall into Shadowed Vigil. This upgrades the damage reduction to 40%,
it's like with Sentinel.
and also grants the Vigilant buff, healing the Dark Knight for 1200 potency once they go under half HP, or after 20 seconds, whichever occurs first. The other ones are really standard across all the tanks. There's Enhanced Rampart at level 94, which adds a 15% healing received buff to the skill. Melee Mastery at level 94, which increases the potency of almost every GCD that Dark Knight has, minus Unmend and Unleash. And at level 98, they get Enhanced Reprisal, increasing the duration of the debuff to 15 seconds. For new skills after level 90, it's entirely upgrades to existing skills. At level 96, Dark Knight gets Enhanced Delirium, which upgrades Blood Spiller and Quietus to new skills, Scarlet Delirium and Impalement. Scarlet Delirium is actually a 3-part combo to replace your 3 Deliriumed Blood Spillers. The combo goes Scarlet Delirium into Comeuppance into Tor Cleaver. The potency scales up with each hit as well, starting at 600, going to 700, and finally 800. Impalement, on the other hand, is just a stronger and cooler version of Quietus.
That's cool.
And at level 100, they get Enhanced Living Shadow 3. When you use Living Shadow, you gain the Scorn buff for 30 seconds, changing the Living Shadow button into Disesteem. This is simply an 800 potency line AoE off global with a 50% fall off. Another big damage skill to add into your burst window, one of the things that will be replacing those plunges. Esteem himself will also gain access to the skill, replacing his usual use of Carbon Spit. His version does 620 potency with a 25% fall off. All in all, it should feel like you're playing almost the exact same job. Maybe you'll muscle memory mess up some things like, Shadow Striding when you would have plunged, for example. The 1200 less MP from the Delirium Blood Weapon combo might also have some effect on Edge or Floods during burst, but not anything too major. Honestly, I'm just shocked that the only new healing they got was on Shadowed Vigil. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's nice, but it's once every 2 minutes. I was still really pulling for Abyssal Drain to open up a slightly better self-sustain option. Not anything crazy, just slightly better, but not the case. Maybe next expansion? I'm also someone who very much welcomes all the animation upgrades. One of the big things with the tanks for me is that visually it gets kind of boring seeing just that same skill go off 3, 4, 5 times. Like, Warrior is kind of the only job where I was ever okay with it when all the tanks started doing it. It definitely killed my interest a little bit. But even though it's still functionally the same with what's happening with the tanks, things like adding this 3-part combo to Dark Knight for the Blood Spillers, it does help at least a little bit with the visual stimulation.
It's like what happened with Atonement.
And
yeah, I think that's nice.
Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for my thoughts on Dark Knight in Dawn Trail. Be sure to like and subscribe and check out all those other videos in the playlist in the description. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Until then, take care.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too different. Only thing different I'd like to see is a healing lifesteal on the new Delirium combo. Or lifesteal being put as an effect of Blood Weapon, since that fits thematically. Yes, I do agree. I do agree on that. Still no good self-heals like other tanks. 40% mid upgrade getting Scholar X-Cog on steroids, but Gunbreaker has it too. So same. Transfer Abyssal Drain heal effect to its line AoE darkness ability. Yeah, to me, I feel like Dark Knight absolutely should have good self-heal, like from drains and leeches, because that fits with the fantasy of the job. That would make sense. It's kind of like blood DK in my mind. It's blood, like blood matter. You pulling blood from the other things to sustain yourself. But that's what that is in fantasy. So I'm surprised there's not more of it for Dark Knight. But maybe it's hard for them to balance. I don't know. I don't know why they seem to be afraid of adding that. What? We could see Scholar. I think that might be good to look. Did he do Scholar? Sage, Monk, Druid, Samurai, Warrior, Dancer. Where's Scholar? Did he not do Scholar? I don't see it. I guess he didn't. Unless yeah. No, it is. Okay, I'm an idiot. I found it.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Scholar updates coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour, and that includes checking out all the job changes.
Yeah, Dark Knight should be the only tank thematically that has lifesteal, self-healing, and they're the weakest at it. It doesn't make any sense.
Be sure to take a look at this video and every other video that's going to be in your subscription inbox. Trust me, they won't be hard to find.
So cool.
As a reminder, though, Dawn Trail is still in
the glowing mushrooms on the trees
development and is still subject to changes. So don't be surprised if anything you see here changes, whether that's potencies, abilities, whatever. It could still change before early access. Now, Scholar as a job, once again, barely changed at all coming into Dawn Trail. They even left energy drain in for once. The only notable change to any pre-Dawn Trail skill is Change Stratagem, which now lasts for 20 seconds instead of 15 seconds. Hey, that's 5 more seconds.
You're turning into an angel.
It's crits. Let's go. After level 90, a few spells get upgraded potencies or effects. At level 94, you get Tactician's Mastery, a trait that increases the potency of Biolysis and Boil Force slightly. At level 96, you get Succor Mastery, which upgrades Succor to Constitution. It's basically the same spell and function, and it has the same base potency, but it now provides 180% of the healing as a barrier instead of the 160% that Succor had. So, small AoE barrier upgrade. At level 98, Scholar gets Enhanced Recitation, which lowers the cooldown by half a minute, down to only 60 seconds. And of course, they get the Swift Cast trait at level 94, like all the other casters
everybody gets that.
That lowers that ability's cooldown to 40
Mastering
seconds.
the suck.
Now at level 92, Scholar gets Enhanced Chain Stratagem, which will give them access to their first brand new skill. Upon using Chain, the Scholar will gain a buff called Impact Imminent for 30 seconds. This allows them to use the follow-up ability Baneful Impaction, inflicting an AoE dot that deals 140 potency per tick for 15 seconds.
I'm gonna put a link to his channel here.
Fine, I guess. I honestly, when I used it, I had to double check to see if I even did use it, because I didn't really think the skill felt that good to use personally. But I guess I can't complain about another damaging off global during buffs, and that's what it is. And at level 100, Scholar learns Seraphism. This transforms the Scholar's appearance and grants them several beneficial effects for 20 seconds. First, while in Seraphism, you will gradually restore the HP of allies within 50 yalms, healing them for 100 potency per tick. Second, it transforms Eloquium into Manifestation and Consultation into Accession, increasing their spell potencies and making them instant cast for the entire duration. Yep, that's right. Instant cast, buff shields for a whole 20 seconds. I hope your MP can handle all of that, though. Finally, it resets Emergency Tactics cooldown immediately and causes its recast to only be 1 second for the duration. So if need be, you can Emergency Tactics any and all heals during Seraphism. Great for making the skill flexible, both for healing and shielding intensive phases, or both at the same time. Again, so long as your mana can actually handle it. The only sort of caveat to this skill is that you can't use Dissipation while you are in Seraphism. While this means no doubling down on extra ether flows during this, it also means that your fairy is still there assisting you throughout all of Seraphism's duration, so Scholar is an absolute healing powerhouse during this skill. Oh, and in my excitement, I almost forgot to mention that it has a 3-minute cooldown. So you'll be a healing powerhouse, just not all that often.
3 minutes?
Basically, Scholar is the exact same job with some flashy new skills. Honestly, this has kind of been Scholar's MO with every single expansion. It's not that it hasn't gotten updates or improvements. Oh, it's gotten them in spades. And a lot of the times, players have laughed at previous upgrades until they've gotten their hands on the job. And then
That's what happened with the previous expansion when we saw expedient buff that Scholar could give out, and everyone laughed and was like, oh, just movement speed, and then it ended up being so freaking strong.
They've realized, wait, this is really good.
Like,
I mean, look at
insanely
expedient from last expansion. Everyone laughed at it when we saw it in the trailer, when we were told about it. Then as soon as more information came out, they were like, this is the greatest skill of all time. And then we made all of our friends accidentally run off the side of the raid arena because they didn't know they were getting it about that time. Sorry about that. But Scholar is almost always...
I don't like that animation, though.
If not the least...
Because it feels really weird that it's on a Scholar.
Job, one of the least changed jobs in any expansion.
Like, what does Scholar have to do with angels?
An expansion to an expansion basis.
That's
I suppose
weird.
it's the tried and true example of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just tune it up here and there. Just, again, glad to see they left Energy Drain there for one. But that's going to be a wrap for my overview on all of the updates to Scholar coming in Dawn Trail. Thanks again to Square Enix for bringing me out
really
to the
bizarre.
media tour. And again, all this stuff could...
Like, it seems extremely strong cooldown. Insanely powerful cooldown. But I just don't understand I wish you could toggle that off, because it also replaces your whole character appearance. It's just bizarre, because... to me, like, there's so many things, like, Fae-themed things you could choose from for this animation. Like, you could even go with some stuff, like, from Pixies. That would be really cool, Pixie-inspired. So I find this a crazy, odd choice.
Change before early access. So keep an eye
It's kind of a nitpick, because it's just aesthetics.
all that.
You know?
But anyway, thanks for watching. Be sure to go check out all the other...
I love the Scholar changes, but the angel-like visuals really bother me. I don't like when skills replace my appearance. I don't play Reaper for that reason. Yeah, I have heard many people express that, and I agree that, like, in the case of Reaper, it's all right, because that was advertised with the job announcement. It was never, like, a surprise. Everybody knew this is an essential part of Reaper. Like, it's gonna change your appearance. You're gonna enshroud, and it makes sense that it takes you over, because you're literally possessed. You're possessed by this thing, and so it makes total sense to me that is that's part of Reaper's identity. But for this to happen on Scholar is really, really odd. And then to do it to an already established job where people aren't accustomed to that, strange, in my opinion. Yeah, and if anything, it seems more like something for White Mage, but it wouldn't really make sense for White Mage either, because you're getting your power from the elementals. So maybe this is another thing like Solar Bahamut that we'll understand after doing the story. Who knows? Maybe it'll all make sense after, but for now it's bizarre. So I think I might have to continue on with this tomorrow, because it's already 12:15. Can we see Monk? I don't know anything about Monk, but I'll give you the link to Mr. Happy's channel. So for me, if I watch this, I'm not going to have any intelligent response, because I don't know how to play Monk. So I'll give you the link if you want to watch Mr. Happy's videos. He obviously did very hard work at the media tour. We all did. And he definitely deserves a sub and a like for all this great work that he did. Work that I definitely did not have time to do, because I spent my time in G-Pose doing the job armors and dyes showcase, plus Hroth Girl showcase. So yeah. Archon story time, I think it is. That. Oh, I want to give myself time to do it because I think it's going to take me about 3 hours. I assume it's going to take me around 3 hours to do it. Zepla, have you seen the latest FFXV forum drama with healers? What? No, I haven't been on the forums at all. What is it? What is the... what is the forum? Should I check? Should I look at that tomorrow, maybe? Healer strike. What? There's a healer strike hashtag. Yeah, I'm scared to go into the forums. It's blown up over the weekend. Okay, let me see. Cole talked about it. Okay, let me check. You think it's nonsense? Okay, one sec. Don't have to look at it right now. Okay. I think I'll look at this tonight. Because I also want to have time to do Archon Quest. I don't have time. I don't know if I have time to look at it right now. I don't know how big of a deal it is. It's already 12:15 and I want to record some videos today. But what is it about? Like, why? Like, in a sentence. Is it because healers feeling underappreciated? Okay. Players always complain because they care. That's true. And I'm glad that people are feeling like they can share what they really think. That's, I think, something that we've improved at a little bit over the course of Endwalker. But yeah, I think I'll think about it, I'll look into it, and then maybe tomorrow we'll discuss if I decide that I want to get into it. But for now, I've got to, I'm gonna swap over. By the way, we do have a new FC in FF14. If you want to join our FC, you are welcome to do so. It's here on Phoenix server for EU, and for NA, our FC is on Excalibur server that is on Primal DC. So any bun is welcome to join. All you have to do is say you're a bun, or at me in the Discord if you want to. Join our Discord, join the FFXV channel, and just ask for invite to the FC, and we'll sort you out if you want to get in. So let me swap over here. I might grab some soup. And we'll get going. All right. Were you not going to join the crawlers? I was, but I decided at the last second I wanted to make my own FC. Yeah, I almost did, but I changed my mind and decided we needed a bun FC because I haven't had one. Okay. Whoa, that's loud. Shh. Healing hasn't been rewarding / necessary since groups have been clearing content without healers. They're being forced into more DPS and healing roles, and generally don't like the changes come Dawn Trail because they're feeling like they don't need to heal that much. I mean, in a dungeon, you don't need a healer. It's true. Like, you can do any dungeon with just a warrior, tank, and 3 DPS. So I understand. Like, I think that is... If you're a healer and you're feeling like you don't need to be there, you could just be a DPS instead, it can't feel good. But maybe they're going to be updating the battle content, so there will be a lot more healing going out, but we don't know that yet. People need to play the game first, see how bosses are, and then they'll know. All right, so I'm pretty excited about today's Archon quest, but I'm gonna grab some something to eat too. Oop. Mute audio output on. Okay. For me, the issue is that as a white mage main, my role is to be a pure healer, but my healing literally isn't necessary 90% of the time. For dungeons content, like, is there a particular kind of content that people are talking about? Because I haven't healed in Endwalker. I don't really know how it's been. The last time I healed was in Stormblood. Last time I took healing really seriously was Stormblood, because I was on Astrology and I loved it. Playing healer is the most fun when the party makes mistakes. I completely agree with that sentiment. Alright. I haven't started the quest yet. We're just about to get started. I'm gonna grab some food. Quick snack because I didn't eat today. I am pretty hyped because this is supposed to be mega lore drops, I assume. Oh, speaking of drops, do we have drops on? I think so. Let me update the stream title to reflect that there's gonna be drops. Drops. Okay. Lore heavy. Good. Good. I'll turn on the game really fast, too. Thank you, Optimus Prime. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Hey, so yesterday, I don't know if y'all saw, But I did get Chlorand. Yep, I did receive Chlorand yesterday. Did y'all see me pull? Got the chair. Secret Lab sent me this chair, so I do have an affiliate link. If anybody else is thinking about getting a chair, it would help me out a lot if you got it through my affiliate link, or just getting the pillow. Yes. It's true. I got Chlorant, and I know some people were wondering about my pity. Some people were saying, oh, but Zepla, you must have already been at pity, and you're just trying to seem lucky. Oh, really? Well... There's Chlorant. I also got Sethos in the same. Oh. And there's Kazuha. Literally...
Let me ask you a question.
Literally two pulls before that, I had just received Kazuha. Yep. Pretty insane. So that's a good way to save money on the game, I found. Yep. Pretty good way to save money is to just be lucky. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. Humble bragging. Oh, that's not humble at all. I was very proud. Just have luck. Easy. But I loved her story quest yesterday. Oh my god, we did the story quest. And it was like, it's this D&D adventure. And it was so unique and so different than any other story quest that I've done so far. I had so much fun. It was great. It was great. It made me really love her. I really feel like Chlorand's story quest is a perfect example of why you need story quests. Because you don't get to know her very well in the Archon quests. And you don't see this playful side of her, which is so endearing. I thought it was excellent. And you find out why she is the way that she is. I just love this game for that. Getting to know characters is so much fun. Okay, she is awesome, and her VA has absolutely crushed it. Completely agree. It's definitely in my top 3, I think, of favorite story quests, because it was... They also let you actually roll on outcomes, just like in D&D, which was really cool. That was a really nice touch. Okay. By the way, yesterday, I did already do this. I have done this. I've done everything that I could, except the one that just came out today. So I'm actually doing this time. I'm actually doing the other this time. You can actually fail rolls. Well, I wouldn't know because I rolled nat 20 every time. Like, I'm starting to wonder if I do have a streamer client after all. Because it's been... I feel like I need to go buy a lottery ticket at this point. Okay, so let's turn the voice back on and then head into the Archon quest today.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in!
Let me turn that to the
okay?
6.
Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in!
That's fine.
Paimon.
That's good levels, I think. I've been underwater farming for
value in my own work,
materials.
but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will
Nicolette is
continue
just
to
so
take pride
great.
in fulfilling my duties.
You know, he's just so great and cool and awesome. Okay, Archon quest. Okay, Archon quest. How do I start it? Should be bedtime story. All right. Let's go. go. Everything is in order. Nothing needs to be done. I will do this later. Okay. Focus mode. Smart. Thanks, chat.
Perfect. It's you two.
Oh, I forgot my tea.
I have a commission here that has your names written all
in
over
the other
it.
room.
In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
Never heard of that art classification before.
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting.
I need to grab my tea. I forgot it in the other room. Sorry. And my phone. I bit my mouth pretty hard. Okay.
All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
That seems intimidating.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago.
How long has it been in the backlog? They could be dead.
It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
I have the highest completion rate. That's not good.
Well, that's us for sure.
Flattery will get you everywhere. Paimon.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing.
Okay.
But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
It was a person without any friend or family?
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely.
Well, it's a hoax.
Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them.
Was it just a person who...
Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs more to carry out.
That would be strange.
In any case,
so they really miss him, but they don't know who it is?
Village and ask around first.
Okay.
The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
All right then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Okay. That's really odd. I mean, there can only be like 10 people that live here anyways.
Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Your simping is totally welcome here, Star. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, no. We're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vermara Village.
Ah, so you're here about that, then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts.
Is this a cold case?
We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
What?
Okay. Guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
So you're wondering why people can't find the guy, and you don't have any information. So, is there anything else you can tell us?
I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know?
Okay, do you have memories of talking to him? What did you say to him? Hey, guy. Hey, bro.
We just don't
What
know
did you
the
call
specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think.
This is so
We've all
weird.
exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
He's like a warrior of light.
All right. Specifics aside, then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise.
Right. People liked him.
There aren't many young people like him.
Everybody
nowadays.
liked him, but nobody
So
knows who
genuine
he is.
and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village, there's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Was he a ghost?
Huh. All right, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Okay.
Shouldn't have happened.
A nice song. Everyone here just has a bad memory.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty.
You remember the sound of his voice?
I don't think his parents are still living in the village, but somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others.
Were his parents in the village?
He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much.
So, he's like a Giga Chad who shows up, helps everybody out, plays with the orphans, and listens to everyone's problems, doesn't elaborate, and leaves?
But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come.
This is sussy.
Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this
time.
Okay,
I think there's something weirder going on.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out.
They should definitely know his name, but they don't. There's something wrong with their memory. Everybody's memory got messed with.
Well, Traveler, what do you think?
It's not adding up.
Paimon thinks so too.
It's not adding up.
The name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
What? Wait! Erased? Do you think? But if he was erased from... If he was deleted from Irminsul, then they wouldn't remember anything. So it's not that. He's someone who only exists in people's memories.
Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with?
What? I didn't say that. What are you talking about? That's even crazier than what I just said.
Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
He only exists in the... Is that it? What the fuck? But he must have left something behind that we could check. That's what I was thinking. Could it be like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, like some sort of mass alteration of people's memories? But no, because they still remember things. If it was like that, they wouldn't miss him or wonder what happened.
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure
This
are.
is perplexing.
We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission.
I almost did.
My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
We'll try.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Okay. This is super perplexing and weird. And then the traveler suggests it could be someone that just exists in people's memories. But why only these people, if that's the case? And I never heard of that happening before. Or maybe I have, but I can't remember.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been.
Oh, so you and this person...
I was actually adopted by the people of Vimara Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
Why?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all.
Well, that's relatable.
Everyone has their own problems to deal with.
Yeah.
Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
It's something literally every person has felt at some point. I get what you mean.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
But now, I used to have someone like that, a family member I could talk to no matter what. Oh yeah, the brother. But now I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out. Now I can just go talk to Nuville.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well... I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me.
Like a husbando?
No matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me.
But what happened, girl?
Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him.
What happened? What's his name?
No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Okay.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help.
You helped us understand him better.
The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Oh, come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It was always the same time of day. Time never seemed to pass. Based on what we've learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. Is he like an angel? What Atasa just told us about time could be the key to unraveling this whole mystery. What the... But how was he only How is he timeless?
Look at those hilichurls over there.
Was he real at all?
Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
Yeah. What the fuck? The monarchist.
The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this?
The hilichurls? Probably. Oh.
Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Bow your head.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Stabilize.
Oh, there's Mo!
I will have order.
That's such a cool thing Zhongli says.
Hey! Share my
I
knowledge!
will have order. It's hot.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
Yeah, that's also really cool. Okay.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
What's the Abyss Order got to do with this? What were they doing to those hilichurls?
It was no trouble.
That's what I said.
Now that I think about it, the hilichurls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Is this guy got something to do with that?
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved.
But then what do they have to do with this little village? It's got nothing going on in it.
Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something, that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Okay. Why would they target
Wait a
Vilmara
second.
village?
The person... It's Dainslev!
Hey! Look who it is! Hey, Bit.
It's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours?
Good to see him.
Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others
Haven't seen him
anyway.
in a while, huh?
See you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa! Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
First thing. Paimon, you're gonna start digging into this guy.
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
I guess that's true.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We ran into them on accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place.
Yeah.
The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
Is the Abyss Order tampering with people's memories?
So you think
But
the
then why
Abyss
would
Order is behind the hilichurl activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
What do you think they're trying to do?
Still, the hilichurl activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Yeah, we need to get to the source. Well, let's see what more we can learn from the villagers. And after that, you also owe us many answers. No shit.
And you shall have them.
What?
I never intended to hide anything from you.
I don't believe that.
Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk.
What a load of crap. Return to Vimara. Oh, I can't read that fast.
Ah. So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village.
How much I've missed his beautiful blonde hair and his amazing voice and his awesome lore bombs. You're so real for that and correct.
Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear.
Yeah, maybe it's not connected. God, I'm afraid.
It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly churl activity. And that is certainly not much to go off of.
Well then, what do you have to tell us?
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Yeah, he never told us about that. Oh my god. From before, when I experienced my brother's memory we found out about Care Bear and Clothar, and I heard the voice in my head that was like, I'm not a god. Why do you kneel before me? I'm just a sinner. I'm just another sinner. And then the guy was like, yeah, you need a sinner to redeem a sinner. And then I remember Care Bear had like erupted into this abyss magic. And then who knows what happened after that. Yeah, I remember all that.
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
I want to have faith.
I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened.
Of course not. I don't have any information.
There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done.
Didn't he say that that was the moment when, like that memory that I experienced, that was the moment when my brother went down that path towards the Abyss Order?
The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation.
Is this the guy who is controlling the Loom of Fate? Because I remember when this thing that happened with Care Bear, after he exploded with the abyss magic, and then his Clothar is like happy about it, and Clothar was like, oh, finally he can weave his own fate. He's free. And he was like glad, like apparently it worked.
His name is Vedderfolnir, the Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother? Your brother is the sinner?
Your brother?
What happened?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Khanria. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedderfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertologi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir.
I've heard some of these names, but I can't remember when. Rhindaughter and Sertologi I've heard. Foul Legacy. Wait, is that related to the Skirk?
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar.
That's what I thought.
My daughter is the one who created Albedo. Sir Delugi is Skirk's master.
We remember those.
And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vetafolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clothar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Yes. Yeah, I put that together. Everything is connected. But what happened to Caribou? The stone slates we found in that ruin in Fontaine, the ones that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely Vetafolnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Canria, those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world.
They gave in to the temptation of power.
So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power.
The power to break the curse set upon people by heavenly principles, because clearly this worked with Caribou. And also, didn't they find Clothar dead? Like, they found 2 skeletons, meaning that he'd been able to break the curse of immortality. With this power, it's the power to defy Celestia.
And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
Wow. So they took this power, but then they didn't use it to defend. They only used it to destroy. My sibling became into... They wanted to just create their new order, I guess. The fuck? Then my sibling came into contact with your brother.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
Wow. But you said it's not irreconcilable between me and my brother. It must be hard to talk about all this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched.
Yes, the Loom of Fate. This is the ability to... Wait a minute! That's the ability to tamper with human souls. So is that what people are using on these people? Of the village? Because their memory is tampered.
By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt
Yeah,
Josiah
they
and
wanted to make a god.
Or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment.
I will have to wait. Looks fun though.
Silver Node, thank you so much for the 33-month resub. You could try playing on a tablet or phone. It's an option. It was a technical experiment.
The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
We found another way to move forward.
Then what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
Well, the ley lines hold people's memories.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes?
Yeah.
I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
And one of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Missing person that doesn't seem to exist. How is it all connected? Somebody... The Loom of Fate is like a way of messing with the ley lines, which contain memories. So, of course, we're going to see the effects on people. But then the question is, who is this awesome guy? Like, what a weird... If you're going to do that, what is your motivation for creating implanting memories into people's minds of someone who was so cool? That everybody loved.
It's certainly possible.
That's weird.
I'll join your investigation tomorrow.
Okay.
This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
Further away? See if it's happening elsewhere? Ooh, look pretty. Oh my gosh, it fast-forwarded time for me? Wild.
Oh, so tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
Oh my god, I know, my head hurts. So many things he's telling us to figure out. What the fuck, I gotta remember all kinds of shit.
Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Totally agree, Paimon. Okay.
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
What's wrong?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Nobody will tell us shit about this guy.
Oh,
He was super cool, though.
young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Of whom?
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
What exactly did you remember?
I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What?
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Okay. So did you really do it, or not?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
So everyone will think he's cool.
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
Like... Okay. But then why do that deliberately to Daneslave? If you know that he will know he didn't really do that. Like, is this a message? Ah! Like my head's gonna explode.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
Yeah, what if that memory is real?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part.
But how can they, if they can implant memories, can't they erase memories too? Like, I'm sure if you can do one, wouldn't you be able to do the other one?
Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
What if someone follows us if we go straight there and someone's on our tail? Aren't we just exposing the eye's location? Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted that memory in the first place. To force... Yeah! To confirm the eyes would make him worried. Ugh! Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. Lead the way.
Of course.
I'm sure he's already thought about that. He's smart. Awkward. Like, it's a mind games where how can you trust anything that you know if they can mess with what you know? What if we get there and the eye's gone? Then what? What are we supposed to do about that? But
So
nobody
you
can
hid
mess
it
with
way out
my
here?
memory.
Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure.
I'm immune, right?
Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait.
Okay?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
What was he gonna say?
Hey, wait up!
Yeah, the thing with the eye was such a long time ago, too. Whoa, cool. Whoa. The music.
Everyone hold hands.
Solidify! Bow your head.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Man, this is really puzzling. Like, I'm sitting here trying to figure it out.
Silence!
But there's a thing that doesn't add up for me.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Who the hell was this guy that's missing? Did they make a guy, memory of a guy who's super likable, to draw other people in to go looking? But then what about all the adventures that went away and gave up because it was too hard? That doesn't make sense. That part doesn't make sense. And then if you have the power to tamper with memories and stuff.
Solidify!
Oh shit.
Bow your head.
He's not activated yet, so it won't do anything.
Stabilize. Order guide you. Settle down.
Like, why make this Giga Chad guy that everyone loves so much? That's the... Ooh, cool.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
What? Okay. What does this one do? Okay.
Ah, the door is open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Oh, I almost fell. Whee! I was paranoid. I'm like, what's that? Ooh. Is church? Seems like a church.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
It's the abyss! They're here! Everyone hold hands! Sharing my knowledge!
Everyone hold hands.
Taking a turn for the better.
Stabilize. I will have order.
Vanguard of Newborn Faith.
I see Dominion!
The tides beckon.
Hey!
A bitter pill to swallow.
Desolation!
I see everything.
Gather! This is order.
Oh, it's gonna be easy. We got it. It's gonna be easy. Don't worry about it. We almost got it.
Make yourselves at home. Hey,
Remember, health comes first.
protect.
Stabilize. Settle down.
Be sanctified.
Water beam. Nugi will protect me in any
Just as I
situation.
suspected. The false
husband
memories were
here.
a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here.
It was a trap after all. That's why. This isn't where you really put the eye, right?
Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Dane, what's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
What? What about you? No, you come with us.
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager.
What?
Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Okay. We don't have time, I guess. If this is happening right now, and he thinks the missing villager's gonna be there. I don't like leaving him
Very
there.
much hardier says BTW Zepla. I think there's a chirping noise in the background.
It might be because there's construction going on in the house. Zaku Senpai, thank you for the 100 bits. He said, "Hi Zepla, I just got out of the hospital last Wednesday. I was in there for 3 weeks. Oh my god! Are you okay? I just wanted to say your video have helped me tremendously during these boring times. Oh, I'm so glad. Thanks for what you do and keep doing it. You're one of my Comfort 14 YouTuber. Zaku, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I'm really glad I was able to give you some comfort while you're in the hospital, and I hope that you're feeling better. I hope you're on the mend. Sitting in the hospital sucks. I know how it is. XQ, thank you for the 10-month resub. Something feels off. What am I missing? What am I missing? Everything? I'm missing all the important pieces of information. Who's this walking towards? No way!
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
You could have fight death! You were right there!
You risked your safety. And that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
Who can I trust?
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
But why? Why, Aether? What's so great about the Abyss Order? Did I leave FF14 running again with the bird noises? Yes.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack.
My bad.
We better hurry back to Vimara Village and see what's going on.
Oops. Yeah, I did. It took my bunny girl into Tavad again. Sorry. Okay. This whole time, Dainslife is like, I don't want to hide anything from you. But he doesn't tell me that he knows that Aether has been trailing me this entire time and that Aether's literally right behind us.
Hey,
why fight?
Silly trails over there.
Why is he not on my side? He's my brother. Why he not on the side with me and Dance? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. They seem strangely calm.
Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while
Obviously,
ago?
he didn't want to
Why are they so
involve us
calm
in the
all of a
fight.
sudden?
I get that. But this is wild. Yeah, and the last time we saw Aether, he said, we'll meet again at the end of your journey. And he implied that at the end, we'll understand it all. We'll totally get it. Oh, they're so cute. I hear something.
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun.
What?
At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy.
New world is farewell to the shrouds. It sounds like they no longer needed to worry about what the gods think. Like, differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Like, you don't have to worry about blasphemy if there's no gods. I don't know.
Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
Who was talking? You heard it, too?
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else.
Whose voice was it?
Looks like the same thing is happening over here, too. The hilly trails are calm.
It's nice.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love.
What?
Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
It's that voice again. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. It sounds like the timelessness that girl was talking about with the sunset that lasts forever.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping. doing?
In the end, he whispered, softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people." When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
What?
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the Hilichurls have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now.
It's like a
Dane said this
cryptic.
might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
Okay.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Oh.
So that's 555. Thank you for the 5-month resub. There's the village.
Grandpa Amadea, is everyone all right? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
What? Oh my god.
Huh?
Things just got even more complicated.
You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
What in the hell is going on? Because if he was deleted, Paimon wouldn't remember it.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
Well, shit.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
Let's check in with the others, but yes.
You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else.
We should ask that girl. Ask the girl, because she had the strongest connection. Wow.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected.
This is insane.
That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
You do?
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Maybe he's thinking of someone else?
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. and apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
What? No, because we still have the commission. Returning to the past would not be that simple. Given everything Dyke mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. I need to think carefully. What is really going on? We're traversing someone's memories? People forgot.
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
No, not really.
No one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories.
Because if that was the case, Paimon would not remember too.
If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
I don't know.
If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. No, Baram still remembers him.
Oh, did we confirm
he
that?
just forgot about the fact that this person went missing.
Because Baram, I thought he was remembering something. We didn't confirm if it's actually the guy. Okay.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
The Paimon didn't go with me last time.
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we really are in someone's memory, this is our chance to find him.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is.
Let's go through what we know so far.
Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
implant memories into the minds of others.
Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell. It's like when people use canned knowledge and it's not the same as organically grown knowledge. With the canned knowledge, it's different because you can't change it. You can't adapt it's harder to change your mind and accept new information. It's not as flexible.
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village. But I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location.
But that's probably not the same. That might work different. I don't know. Time does not pass within false memories.
If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion.
Oh! That's why it has to be time standing still. It won't conflict. Okay.
There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off.
Yeah.
Like there could be overlap or something.
Yeah.
People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this in conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer. It's kind of similar to canned knowledge in that way. Because canned knowledge, if the weakness of it is that it cannot adapt and change with time, it's kind of the same deal, like from a different perspective. Okay, whose memory this is? Oh yeah, it's that girl, probably.
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described.
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk.
Yeah,
just like
knowledge
right now.
is not the same as memories per se, but it's somewhat similar concepts. Because you do gain knowledge from experience and your memory of what you did when you learned.
Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree.
Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Ba, ba, ba. Oh, Tectone! Hey, you were here. Oh my god, I just seen your message. Good to see you. Hey, I am racking my brain here, trying to remember previous lore. And I'm giving myself a headache. Trying to remember what's going on. It's good to see. Canned knowledge comes from Irminsul, and Irminsul is the source of the ley lines. So, yeah. Of course, it's all connected. There's the guy.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman.
Who is this? Conrion.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life.
Is this?
You won't miss someone like me.
He's the same hair color as Clothar. Is this who I think it is?
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
You finally found him. Why does he look kind of familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me.
Is this cat there? No way!
So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Earlier when I started the quest, I'm like, what happened to Caribou? Is this him?
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
Yes, a scarf! No way, dude! Gotta be.
Abject sorrow.
He's the Loom of Fate! Became the Loom of Fate! That's what happened!
You're Kari Bear Alberic.
But... what are you doing in people's memories? What are you doing?
Oh. You know me?
Right?
That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before.
You were... Wow! He got unhilly churled from the Abyss power. It worked! And he seems to be doing really well. Maybe the sinner isn't that bad. Hey, what if the sinner isn't that bad? What if Dainsleif's brother is based? No, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it?
That makes sense at all.
Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then.
Yes. Yes, I saw you as you were a silly churlin.
This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come.
Oh my god.
Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Holy shit. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. So crazy. What does it say? What the hell does that... I don't know what that says. I can't read that. What? You know... he looks pretty good, too. He reminds me of someone that was very special to me. Who I don't know where they are right now, and he just... something about him, I don't know, it just reminds me... What is this place?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world, after all. As you well know.
You look quite exhausted.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this, and now, the time has finally arrived.
This is a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to learn as much information from Care Bear as I can. What is the Loom of Fate?
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate.
You did, right?
But, despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction.
What?
In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion.
You died, and this is your consciousness. But what happened with the abyss power?
The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Were you sacrificed? Was that a sacrifice? Holy shit! He's dead. You didn't get cured of being a hilly churl. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories. My God. He was used for the construction of this thing that they're gonna use for God knows what.
As for your question,
and my
the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Oh my God. Weaving. That seems... Wait a minute. I mean, I kind of do need extra, though. Like, for my level up materials and stuff. Like, And how does one learn this power? I'm joking.
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But, as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own.
That's why earlier I was like, you can implant, but you can't erase. And that was strange to me. I was like, if you could implant it, you should be able to get rid of it. But it's not complete. It's because it's not completed. It's like the scuffed beta version. It's basically the Loom of Fate is an alpha. Okay? That's what I'm learning. They're testing it. You're testing it on these people?
Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories.
Well, then what?
But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
How? Influencing memories doesn't seem like a low-level ability. So that was what do you mean change the entire world? That was the source of your ability to implant memories?
Yes. I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form.
Oh my God.
I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation.
A compensation for sacrifice. Using you as a sacrifice to, like, create this thing? You can beta test the loom as a thank you. Is that right?
After all, its existence cost me my life.
What the fuck? But nobody asked you about this. So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind were implanted by Care Bear through the half-finished Loom of Fate. So were you trying to get Dane's attention? That makes sense. I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to all the residents of Vimara Village. Yeah.
That. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
Oh my god. This is so fucked up. So basically he just wanted to see what it was like to live a normal life in a little village. Like, to play with the orphans, to listen to people that had with their problems, and to talk to the girl, and he wanted to live, that's all. That's all. The simplest things. Oh my god. This is horrific. Is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living? Sure.
I know what you must be thinking.
It's better than nothing.
Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been, one memory at a time.
It's just...
I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness.
Yeah, he never had a chance.
Even the form you see before you was
fair.
Nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
He deserved better than that. In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Kanria back then. Everyone's looking for you.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
Because this is it? Even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believe you once lived among them.
I know.
And they miss you. Oh God. Now that I found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Oh yeah, Dane, I'd still need my help. But... So is he still, like... Yeah, he's still just being used to, for the creation of the Limb of Fate. And it's like really, really sad irony that the point of it is to defy the edict of Celestia and like the cruel fate that was bestowed upon the Conrion. But did anyone ever ask him about his fate? Like what he wanted?
Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
What?
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing.
Sorry.
The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
What does that mean for him, though? That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dane? No. Did he lose? What is my twin doing?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But he never handed me the eye.
That's right. Because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
But why would you still help them? Yes! You made him think that.
before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Hmm?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Oh my god. That's when! That's when it happened! Ah! So when Dane froze up back then, it was because a false memory was being implanted in his mind.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real.
I just don't... It just doesn't add up. Doesn't add up!
I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
Why did you need it to be completed? Don't you think it's... Dane had the eye this whole time, until the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done. If they can tamper with your memories, no, you can't do anything. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you going to do with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning.
You don't even know, but you feel like it's very important? Oh my god.
Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist.
Right. So what are you going to do with creating new ley lines? If you can't replace or extend.
In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
It's your goal.
You remember my father, don't you?
Yes.
Tar Alberic.
Yes.
I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory, after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple, to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest. To implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls.
What?
In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
What was his story? That was the only thing he wanted. It was to bring some peace to the other victims who were suffering. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do with it was to offer hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
I think it was very meaningful indeed.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the loom of fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time.
That's it.
But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Is his mom's scarf?
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
It's the brothers?
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
Unbelievable. This is really happening. This is really happening. This is really happening.
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean.
Is it okay? Is he okay?
I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
What are you gonna do with the Loom of Fate?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time.
What the fuck? Like, all the neurons in my brain have exploded.
Before the heavenly principles awaken.
The heavenly principles are still asleep?
Yes. For 500 years now. Ever since the cataclysm in Conria. There's been no sign of activity.
That's pretty obvious after what happened in Fontaine. If anything was gonna wake him up, it would be that. But it didn't.
Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Throne. Yes?
Yes, dude. And Nate is definitely asleep.
Such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be. Or what might trigger it.
What a stupid question. You really hate the Heavenly Principle. After everything we've just seen with Caribou, we're really gonna ask this question? Fuck the Heavenly Principles and Celestia.
Just look at Kari Bear.
Yes!
He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful.
What did he do? What did Carrie Bear do with his peaceful and kind spirit? He wanted to see what it was like to live a simple and normal life. He wanted to help people. He wanted to listen. He wanted to play with the kids. He wanted nothing special. He wanted to give the Hilichurls a little moment of peace. And somebody like that got cursed this horrible, horrible life by Celestia.
Even as a Hilichurl, seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist?
It's pretty obvious.
Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words.
There's so many examples. Look at what happened with Fontaine.
Lumine?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
Well, yeah, because they would have to re-record the lines twice. It would be good if more people would say that, yeah.
There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
Yeah. Why do you have to have this solitary journey without...
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together.
Hey, it's on the video that they made for the start of the game. I know the picture.
You told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes, let alone my own sister.
I think he's visiting us from the future.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether.
Yeah.
I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
Oh no! What?
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence. including all memory of our reunion.
Oh no!
You're only telling me this now?
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy.
Oh my god. Lumine's not gonna be able to remember that. Yeah, the screen shattered just like the mirror in the last quest. That was awesome. Like the way the audio starts glitching out.
Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here.
What about... They've completed the Loom of Fate. They got the eye. This has happened. Where is, like, did Ether kill Ding? Probably not. He defeated him. Is he okay?
Oh, and Dane came
Okay.
out just now? It looked like he was injured.
Okay, that answers that question.
He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
Having trouble thinking straight.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear.
What? Yeah?
He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right?
We don't remember what happened in the consciousness space.
Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
But I remember that part. He told me about the Loom of Fate.
Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager. The person who only existed in people's memories. It's Kari Bear all along. Oh my god. But now that he's gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
After that... Poor Lumine, she can't remember. Maybe I'm just tired. I feel like something else happened, but why can't I remember? I'm not sure why. It almost feels like I lost something.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Bayram? You sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. They looked like quite a happy family, apparently.
Was that like one last memory implanted so that way the villagers will not worry?
And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened.
Yeah.
Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
That's how he said goodbye. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
So sad. Make sure you remember it this time.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Curry Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Curry Bear is gone. The Loom of Fate is complete. No one else will try to change the villagers' memories, but we still don't know what they're gonna do with the Loom of Fate.
Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Wow. Actually got an opportunity to talk to Ether and like clear some things up. I mean, he seems to be a little like the ends will justify the means. This seems to be kind of how he feels about this, because it seems like he's done some things that he regrets that he's not ready to talk about with us yet.
Hey Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Curry Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important. It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right?
That's a pretty easygoing way to look at this.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I? Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
I'm sure he had his reasons.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Curry Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now. Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Curry Bear?
What was it that happened? Feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
You must get along with each other, the two of you. Oh my god. That's so cute. Group photo from an unknown time. Go up the tree. Oh, hey.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
This is what you get for making me run around killing caddis people again.
Friends. Wow. That was really, really perfect. This was amazing. I appreciate, like, I know that they can't give us the whole plot right now. There's a lot that they still cannot say, but it's definitely, like, we had this opportunity to speak outside of time. And to me, it felt to me like the sibling was visiting, like, as a time traveler. To me, it feels like the future, but who knows? If you want, I can post here the translation of the message you got that you couldn't read. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What are the banners right now? Clorand. A new character, Sethos. Hytham. The next banner is going to be Furina and Siegeween. Farewell, Atosa. I apologize for making you know me unwillingly. Still, I don't wish you to forget me. Do you think Dane's brother will be as hot as he is? Yes, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Man, this moment when Ether shows up and he's like, so do you want to have a conversation? I'm like, what?
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Yes, I want to have a conversation, but it's incredibly tragic that they won't remember it. But clearly we are on the same side, and that side is fighting Celestia. He says that the heavenly principles haven't woken up. They're asleep. And he's talking about our time. Like, he talks about what happened with the Hydro Archon. And he's like, see what happened with that? And they didn't do anything yet. So it sounded to me like he's speaking to us from the future. So I think that after we're done with Natlan and we're done with Shazniah, then we're gonna maybe enter into the time that he's coming from. I don't know. Yes. There is also these 5 sinners, which was very interesting. Daneslave seemed to be right, though. What's so interesting about this is that Daneslave said these 5 sinners were so powerful, and then when the time came to defend our city, they didn't do anything. And he said he will never forgive them for that, and that seems totally valid. So why didn't they? What was stopping them? If they had this incredible, like, cosmic power, why couldn't they intervene then? So, I mean, is Daneslave missing some information? Maybe. It sucks that we didn't get a chance to talk to Daneslave again after this quest. We got confirmation at least that he's okay, but injured. But it would be excellent well, I don't know if Lumine could even add anything because she doesn't remember the conversation with Ether. Only we do. Only we, the player, do. But I don't think that, like, if the Limb of Fate, whatever they want to do with it, was truly evil, I very much doubt that Care Bear would work so hard towards making sure that it did get completed. Clearly, there was a kind relationship between Ether and Care Bear, which you can see whenever Ether shows up, and he's like, oh, he like holds the scarf as it fades away, you know, and says, this is the last of him. So, we still don't know so much. The sinners, Celestia's side of the story. I don't agree that Furina's sacrifice is meaningless at all, because in the end, it resulted in the authority of her water, like the divine authority returning to New Villette. So that's all good. It was probably the biggest fuck you imaginable to Celestia, and that was successfully completed. So that's all good. It's just because Celestia didn't wake up yet to see how much they got fucked. Doesn't mean that they didn't get it. It's gonna be great. Whenever Heavenly Principals wake up, it's gonna be hilarious. Felix, look what we did. So let's see what other kind of chaos we can create before Heavenly Principals wakes up. That's good. Celestia could be one person. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot we don't know. But yeah. The beautiful thing about the prophecy and about Fontaine's story too is that it laid out a very specific sequence of events, and it felt like this is exactly how things are going to be. But the beauty of it was that, and I think this was like a voice you hear in your head from Mage Inn, I think, in the quest, that was like, but there are places that the gods cannot see. Like, there's still unexpected things that could happen in the corners and in the in-betweens, and that if you read between the lines, like, yeah, maybe this prophecy is written in stone and it's engraved in stone and it's unchangeable, but there's so much possibility between those lines, and we can work around it. We can find loopholes, basically. So that was a really cool thing. It's like there is always a possibility to break free of these things. Nicole, yeah. We don't know who the Vinster King is. They might not be referring to the last king of Conria, since Dane was the captain of Royal Guards. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Why would he be that if he wanted to stop the king? Yeah, the Vinster King. That's a good question. It's not, I don't know. I'd have to go back and see where they mentioned it. I mean, didn't Dane serve the Eclipse dynasty? Also, people forget the problem of Fontaine would be the whale anyway. True. Celestia sleep, and they would still have dissolved without Nubla authority. Focalor saved them all. Yeah, that was the other thing that made it awesome. That was a side thing. So apart from being a big FU middle finger to Celestia, we also saw the problem of the whale. Yeah. Yeah. True. Natlan is the last Gnosis, so she will probably go down, and we are just a few months away. I can't wait. It's gonna be really soon. Yeah, Irmin was the last king of Conria. All the other sinners were also high position in Conria. So don't think the Vinster King was the king. Maybe it's just referring to a king in the... Yeah, maybe so. Actually, yeah, maybe so. King in the Abyss. People have already done a lot to break down the new information and how it may relate to the description we got for Dane at the launch of the game. Well, I would love to see that. If you can forward any of that to me, you can pop that in our Discord and add me. I would love to read through that. It's super interesting. Vetterfolnir was the one who saw what was going to come. So I have to ask, was the flooding of Fontaine really from Celestia? Ooh. Or was it a misdirection? I bet it really was from Celestia. It's a good theory, but I think... flooding was caused by that whale. Oh, so you think the whale... You think the whale... that is an angle I didn't think about. Actually, yeah. That's a very interesting piece of the puzzle. Who the fuck sent that whale? It was Sir Delody. Yeah, that's where we heard about it from Skirk. Yeah, it was a pet. It was a pet. I recommend you react to Genshin lore theory crafters like Ashkai, my name for now. Okay. Yeah, we should do that. Look, if you have videos you want me to look at on stream, you can put that in the React Content Suggestions channel in the Discord. But flooding was caused by the whale. Prophecy is done by Vetterfolnir, Sinner's anti-Celestia propaganda. Oh my god, that's like next level. If you think that him being responsible for the prophecy engravings was really propaganda, that's a next level. That's a conspiracy theory. It could be the case. I'm not saying it's not, but that would be so dank if that ended up being what it was. It's a mind fuck. Yes, but I wouldn't put it past them. Do you know the theory that King Deshret... Yes, I have heard the theory about King Deshret being related to Conrail, which makes a lot of sense because of the one eye thing, the single eye. And something we see with a few characters that seem to have a relation to Conrail, like they have one eye covered, which is interesting. Anywho, wait. With all the memory manipulation, yeah, you just start to feel like nothing is real. Like, what is even real here? Because Celestia Pillars was to cleanse the forbidden knowledge. That's why we can think they might destroy Conrad to stop spreading something similar. I don't know. I need to think about it, but for now I actually need to go. I need to go and work on a video. Next Genshin video. So I'm gonna get to that. But obviously I really enjoy the quests and I cried a lot. Mostly because of Carabaran and how tragic his fate was and how much he really didn't deserve it. But that's kind of the point. That's this whole point of the Abyss story is to show that. Like someone how like you it makes you want to take fate into your own hands. And it makes you want to defy the destiny that's been set out. Because there's no justice in it. So thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. And I'm going to get to work on videos. So see you later. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.